Hi guys, I'm back here. It's about 1 o'clock, and it has been a little bit just doing some stuff in the real life there, and it's kind of a busy day. I'm getting back on the zombie server here. Two people, it seems right. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go back and I will build. Oh. Alright, oh yeah, my hypernet usually goes down in the lower right corner like that and locks. There we go. And then, I want to go burr, set, add waypoint, add waypoint, Satuban, Isakanu, Akanonen. We come here and we optimize route for 7 jumps, and then we add this one back. We have all 3 of these things. We're going to stick them in the fleet hangar. Check, check, check. Yep. And then I'm getting in on the zombie server. I'm starving and out of water. I didn't put the door on because I just like got distracted. But okay. I'll go get some water and some food. I'll run to the gas station, I guess. This double barrel.
Your skill has increased.
Ooh, why did my skill increase? Because there's a Yunkadav on me. Oh no, it's a shrapnel. Well, let's use a Persicos, I guess, and fight him. It's a shrapnel and a gob. Maybe I best just run for the zone with the Persicos. I don't think I'll die. But at least I caught it. At least I caught it. I was in aggro range of 2 things, a Weaver. Proving that this is where I should be. Weaver poisoned me, and I have Dia. Which pretty much counteracts my fucking Persicos. But at least the dots are running out, and the Persico isn't. These guys can't kill me. They don't have like a big level disparity. Ugh, the stone hurt, but the dots are wearing off, and they're not gonna be able to stand there and cast much longer and still maintain. I got out, which is good. Persicos isn't a bad price to pay. It was expensive. It was like 6K, but that's okay. That's what Gil's for. I didn't lose the character. That's the main thing. So I should be there, obviously. It's where I should be. I don't need this double barrel. It's making me nervous. Guess I'm no longer like super starving. She'll go to the gas station. Feels good not to have to stream this and face like constant harassment or whatever. off on my table here. It's annoying. There we go. I'm out of arrows. Flashbang. Nice.
You've been examined.
I've been examined. Oh, no. I didn't hear you at all. Fuck. I didn't hear him at all. Aw. Damn it. Stupid scarecrow. Uh. My pickaxe is gone. Yeah, my pickaxe is gone. I think you drop one item on loot on death now, which sucks. Let's go see what this is. Oh, they're fighting the scarecrow. It's a lot more interesting than normal Rust. Yeah, kill the scarecrow for me. Boy, this is a long climb. There better be fucking loot up here. It was a waste of time, I bet. Couldn't possibly put loot up here, huh? Oh, no, I guess you did. Nice. Hey, this is worth coming up here. Nice. Those are worth it. Be cool if there was a crude refiner up here. Here's another, like, way down, so you can run it like a puzzle room. Here's somewhere inside the building. Some kind of crawl through. And I imagine when this dev like initially displayed like Atlanta, people probably went nuts on it in Rust, and they just like spent time fighting each other all over Atlanta. It is a cool map. Whoever made it really worked on it. Ooh, milk crate. It wasn't a good milk crate, but it was still a milk crate. Alright, another milk crate, which makes this place really worth running. It takes time, but it's worth running. Like 3 milk crates plus the gas station. You carve like a whole gap through the city and get a lot of loot. Pop dropped. Got a lot out of this, though. I want to become immune to fall damage so I can just jump off this. Leave it at will. It wasn't that bad of a circuit, though. I'll run it. It's good. It was, like, really linear. And it paid off clean. I have, like, a full inventory of loot. I don't care about this loot, but it's still good loot for the zombie server. See what's in here. See if there's something in there. Nope. Something in there, but I don't know how to get in. There's boxes and crates. I think it is over here. Yeah, you can get in here. Yeah, there's a lot of loot in here. Okay, I'm completely full. Now I've got to go stand by the recycler for a while. Aggro, but I don't really have, like, ammo. Did the milk crate respawn? No. Okay, I'm gonna just stand back here because I know they don't come here. $90 in my house. Oh, I have to go get Signet. I can't, like, there's no NPC here. I thought there was an NPC here. No? I guess not. Fucking annoying. $400 metal frags is good. I like that they don't breathe anymore. It's actually way, way, way better. Ding. Dump a couple more points into Thrifty Renovator. I didn't want to do my construction on my base. Oh, I got two levels yesterday, huh? Repair your items for free. Wow. That does seem like a pretty good point. I think I probably will. Now I can just, wow, I can just repair for free. Sweet.
Incoming emote.
Oh. Goliard. Oh. No. Lots of zombies will come to my house now. I like where I live under the bridge. Underneath the bridge, top has sprung a leak, and the animals I've trapped have all become my pets, and I'm living off of grass and the drippings from my ceiling. It's okay to fish, 'cause they don't have any feeling. Something in the way. Free. Gonna connect power to my place and run lights.
Incoming tell.
Oh. Party Dunes. Uh... I'll need wood and that stuff. Oh, right. How am I going to get solar power if... Well, I guess for now I can just do that. You know, what do I care? Okay, and we're charging a battery. Which is good. Need more metal frags, which means more farming. It's dark now. Maybe one green light, or one industrial wall light. Yeah, like a white light here. Just one, though. Just enough, you know, for the clock and the light. Yeah, like, where would this best be? Probably, like, right there. And then we go out, and we string power. And this thing does have 200 power. That's enough for a little while. I'm gonna go, like, blur. Boom, bitch. I wanted a white light, and you gave me a green one. Give me a white light now. And I'll put it right here to light like both rooms. Yeah, like right the fuck here. Oh no, I guess I can't. I don't know. To get both rooms, that might work, but I guess it would. I think what I want to do is I think I want to actually edit, and I think I just want to pull the green for the white is what I want to do. Pull the green. I don't want green light in that room. Do the white light here, and then back over to the battery. There we go. Now we have a little bit of light. The current active usage is 1. Yes, so we can string lights around here. It's fairly cheap actually. So we'll do a couple of whites and a couple of greens. And that was some metal frags, but not like crippling. I will have to go find some metal and stuff. I'm going to connect all of these so we have like a good like array of lights in here. There we go, a bit better. Now I can fucking see in here, like even at night, which is good. I need another airlock now, but I don't know if I really have the wood for that. I guess I do. I kind of do have the wood, especially if I can upgrade. So let's do some expansion. I just don't know what. Do I have enough? I think I do. I've got enough for metal, cloth. Yeah, I'm going to make a miner's helmet. Yeah. And then that way I can build. Since I have to build that battery base, I think I'll probably just move along those lines. I'll just expand out. Yeah, like that. That's probably enough too. Yeah. And so, yep, now we have light and an airlock. There's only one other person on this server and they've not been around me, so I'm totally safe here. This needs to upgrade pretty badly, but I mean, I don't know. There's not really much. I suppose I'm looking for free upgrades here, but I didn't really get it. But I mean, now this can't be really erased in any way or form. I'm going to break this from the bottom. Don't know why that one's being harder. I'll just shoot it. Then I need water. I won't be able to move.
Incoming tell.
Oops.
Incoming tell. Keep losing pickaxes for some fucking reason. It's so annoying. I don't understand what happens to those pickaxes. Alright, I need to make a tool of... Oh no, I don't have enough, huh? Oh, too expensive.
I have to run the gas station, but I don't have ammo. I should cook food. Okay, here we are back at this camp.
Your skill has increased.
Dark to 15, not bad. He pays 40. I mean, I guess I could just farm this mob, but it's not really the best usage of my time. I'm gonna go back down south to the bees and the crabs, and I'm gonna level there. Fuck, it's hot. I'm gonna make a campfire back there and cook some food so I can get my stats up. I don't have arrows. Oh, I can run my kit, which is good. odd. Very odd. Very odd that I can do that, but not that. Oh, maybe it's the shelter. Maybe it is the shelter. Let's destroy the shelter, huh? What was that sound? Sounded like a panther. I have to pee. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. My foot. Hello? Oh, okay. I'll be right there. Okay, thank you. Okay, gotta pause it, guys. Sorry. Oh, I didn't pause. I hit the button. I'm sorry, guys. Well, I wasn't gone that long. Bombed out. God damn it. I guess I'll get Signet again. What was that sound? Oh yeah, the face punch, yeah.
That would completely crush? What is happening?
We're not going to raise our prices because I actually believe, like we just talked about, planning, Trump will wake up one day and be best friends with the president of Sweden or the...
I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I would like to take a shower, so I'm going to pause this stream here, and I will be back here in like 20 minutes or something like that. I'm sorry, it's a very in and out day, but I would like to take a shower now, so I'll be back.
High, not too low.
Hi guys, I'm back. It's now 3:45. I've lost control of most of my day and most of my sanity, and I've done a bunch of bullshit I don't want to do, and was ostracized for it. So here I am, just back again here. To play some more video games. I'm logging on the Rust. I'm going to do some Eve and some FFXI, and all I have to say is boy, I'm glad I'm not streaming today, because the distractions have come in pretty hot every 35 fucking minutes since 6 in the goddamn morning, and it's fucking 4 already. It has just gone on for fucking 14 hours already. It's just all day long, every single thing, and now towards the end of the night, it just becomes my fault, all of it, and it's just sort of weird, and yeah. I'm just so happy I'm not streaming today, because I don't have the mental bandwidth to entertain live. I can just record my session, do my job, and like try to do better, just try and get better than this. Wonder if I got battery power. Yeah, I got battery power. There's another person on the server, but he's not near me. It is 7 in the morning, which suits my purposes. I need to go out and look for metal. Or, well, I don't know. Damn, it's dark for 7 a.m. Damn, that's a beautiful view. I should put wall frames here. And then connect. Yeah, do I have wood? I don't think I have wood. Now it's so dark, maybe I should just go chop some wood. Oh, I'm out of water again. I've noticed that every time I log in, I'm out of water for some reason. Maybe it's just because I AFK'd out. Beautiful. I've never seen dawn look this good in Rust before. Ooh. What did I see? I can't run. Oh, right. Forgot I was dying. Fuck.
Your skill has increased.
Damn it. No, that's not work, is it? Oh, what do I do? I guess I'll put it back in this plastic. Yeah, this plastic will prevent it from leaking, I guess. This thing's shot. I'll pull it out if I need it, but this thing is shot. There. Time for another twist, I guess. Yep. Let's see. Runts or... Where's the other one? Runts or... runts or lemon cake. I'll do runts today. Yay, runts. Yikes. There we go. I don't like the fog. Reminds me of Nintendo 64 era when they tried to like dumb down scenes so they could like keep the frame rate acceptable. I suspect that's what's going on. That's what they had to do to buy the jungle, I think. In time, the software and the hardware will be better. But it's not right now. Well, the hardware is better right now, but not the software, really. So, okay, all the way over here, there was a lot of Liz, but now I don't see them, so I'm just going to run back over there again. Sulfur, but I need metal. There's metal. 2 diesel in here, which could be a lot of money and fuel eventually. Especially if I can find a pump jack. Sometimes those desks are actually really good. I don't really want to take the time. I'm not really interested. Ooh, a milk crate. Meat scrap's not bad. Pool fuel. Yeah, that should do. I'm worried I could put, like, you know, some honeycomb around it, but I don't even need to do that. And one more right there. How is that right? Nice without the stream snipe. Almost makes me not want to stream, you know? Oh, I was like, is he low? He is low. And then I shot him and he's dead. Nice shot. I was like, he's moving slow. I think he's low health. Pop jumped again, but they're not near me. Just roaming all around the city, looking for metal nodes, trying to avoid zombies like this. Ooh, metal node. Yay. Should have made a real bow, it's way faster. Or just start bringing a revolver. Once I have like a little bit more metal, I can start bringing a revolver. It'll make it a lot faster. Fuck. I believe I'll get off this game when I get home. Got the metal that I need to get through the day, I think. I'm close to it. Oh, I got a bite. God damn it, I saw the shadows before it was too late. Is that a pig I saw? God, they're moving fast. They're moving so fast I have to run. I better get elevated. Those guys are moving fucking fast. That's good. Oh god, I fell. Oh well. That's okay, I can come back. How did I fall? I don't know. Okay. Make me a compass. Or no, maybe I have one. I don't know. Do I have one? No. Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to. Oh, I know. Oh, yes. Good. Okay. Make me a compass. No, I would also like a bow as well. Much better. 13 hours is better. Let's get back out. Oops. Getting dark, gotta get out there. 5:30. Oh. Oh. Where did you come from? Oh, that fool. Ooh, a milk crate. I miss Rust. Despite all the bullshit and all the cocksuckery and all the fucking idiots, like, I miss Rust, you know? It's such a mindless game for me. I can just turn my brain off and play the game. It is my technically most favorite game because it's the one that slides on most easily like a glove. Like a glove, excuse me.
You've been examined.
Am I dead? No.
Incoming tell. Incoming tell. Your skill has increased. Incoming tell.
Um, this camp is still going to work for me until like 16. Because it's like, I don't know. Like Black Mage is so sketchy. I don't know. I don't think I'm really ready to leave
Your skill
these,
has increased.
these zones. I guess I could go fight like them down there, but I don't really see the difference between these two Liz and them down there. These two Liz are fine, you know. They're right at the Signet NPC where hours can drip by without any loss of income. I hate gated behavior like Signet is so dumb. I like the points
skill
and I
has
like the
increased.
system, but I don't like having to have it. This is so annoying. I prefer sitting in one place and grinding like this. Yeah, look, like this is enough XP to get by. I should technically charge my ring now, I think. Yeah, I better charge my ring and start using it. Although it does sort of waste charges, kind of. But what else am I spending the conquest on? At least I can get home really, really fast and cheap. That's why being at the outpost is so, you know. But then when these two Liz are dead, there's nothing else to kill. And so I'm going to go back to the original zone and just hoof it between this Signet NPC. That's what the game is, hoofing it. I'm going to hoof it between this NPC and the fucking camp down there. Because there's more mobs down there. It's fucking so annoying. There's more mobs down there. There's like all kinds of mobs that are there by the fumaroles. But look at this. There's like empty land like Mortal 2 right here. There's like one single worm like Mortal 2. And you're just like vast sways of empty land that I can't pull any XP out of. That's just doesn't really make sense, you know. I'm risking death by running around with no mana, so I'm just going to sit. I'll make sure I don't aggro a turtle though. I would like to leave the zone because then I don't have the fireworks anymore and I can actually turn the sound up and hear if something's aggroing me. But I feel like if I pull a mist lizard right now, I will fucking die. I really do feel like that. I don't think I'm strong enough to fight a mist lizard. Something about this Black Mage, she just doesn't feel right. Even at 15, she feels fucking panty waist with all this gear. It's a million gil in gear. But even with all this gear, well, it's not a million gil, excuse me, because I'm not wearing leaping boots, but, you know, with all this gear, it doesn't really matter even. Like, you know, I still feel like a panty waist who gets sucked in wet toilet paper, basically. And I don't know, like, even by these level 8 mobs, I'm level 15, and these level 8 mobs sometimes damn near kill me. And so I'm understanding that I am on the weakest class. I can't really, you know, this class is not meant to tank. It's not meant to solo. It has to solo, but it doesn't have to solo for that long. You can, at like 12, well, at 13, you can start getting a group. But I don't want a group. I just want to get to 17 and then get warp and then go to Red Mage and take Red Mage all the way to 30. Use Red Mage to unlock, what's it called? Magic Skull, because Red Mage can just chain spell, like cure spam, Yagudo drink, kill skellies. And, you know, and that's a good way to cheat, like, Skull. It's going to be hard to get Skull to drop it. I'm best to join a party, but, I mean, that's already now in my consideration. I didn't get full mana. It is 1:40 in the morning. It's been a real productive day. We're going to take this metal, and we're going to cook some more metal here. More metal for the stack, and it's expensive wood-wise. I'm going to go chop some wood. There's some wood for the furnace, and the fires of industry are burning.
You've been examined.
I've been examined? Yeah, I want to place this down and start getting water on it. Oh, I'm out of fuel, huh? Yeah. Got lots of fuel, which is good. Get another metal door, and these clowns can't probably do anything. They can't get enough bombs to blow those doors. Not without working for hours and hours and hours, which is fine by me. You wanna go do that? Be a fucking idiot? You go right the fuck ahead. I'll put this on the ground, I think. Oh, yeah, I need this out where I can get rain, but I don't want it where anybody can see it, really. And that's hard to do. But it's less likely to be seen right here than it is like anywhere else. So let's see if I can get one. Nope, it doesn't like that. No, it really isn't like that. So I'm just going to do the original place I was going to stick it because it's fine. Yeah, we'll get some nice rainwater on this, and I'll capitalize and make plants. I believe I will do. Yeah, it appears that maybe I might need to move the TC. Yeah, I might need to move the TC, but that's okay. I can move the TC one over. I mean, I don't know. I think it's all the same, really. And I could just put like view all around this base so I can see it coming or whatever. And then, yeah, it'd be pretty cool. Why not? I will go get some water. That's a nighttime chore that is productive, and then I will chop wood since there's not much else I can do. This is the most survival immersive that Russ has ever felt to me. Hardcore, low pop, without interference, without fucking stream snipe, you know. It's a good experience, but I don't want to do it all day. I will move to New World now, but I don't like the way the lights look. I don't know if they look like that to you, but to me, they look like these yellow boxes. They don't look that good. They don't look that good to me for some reason, but that's alright. Yeah, I guess, yeah, this is all I've got 12 hours in here, so I guess I need to hang around for a few more minutes. I'm not completely done. I guess I'll just chop trees while metal, like, cooks. And we'll try to put some wood up, keeping this base. I'm going north and I want to go south. Just aim up and over and fight anything that aggroes. $7:30. I remember when Chainsaw was king big shit for large clan. You wouldn't see normal people with it. It's an interesting change in Rust now. Just, you know, evolving. Watch the sunrise, I guess, since I'm here. It's beautiful. Over my sunrise over my base. I'm gonna take a screenshot because it's a good screeny. Trees that they put there to block you from auto running all the way across the zone. Pop dropped. $12 hours. Let's see if this metal makes a difference. Hopefully this gets me to where I can leave. And 1 day, 5 hours. That's 29 hours. Yeah, 29 hours is a lot better, and it's still got some wood to cook. Or sorry, metal to cook. And yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I think I want to make a few bullets, which is kind of selfish in terms of metal, but I mean, you know, it's not the worst thing. I'll just watch the metal very carefully here. Yeah, I don't. Oops, that was all I could do? Okay, that's all I could do. Oops, I made nails. Why not make. Oh, well, because I don't have any metal. 16 bullets, that's all I got. Aww. Oh well. I have the shotgun. Yeah. So, I guess I will put this water catcher out there because there's just no reason not to. And I'll put it right next to the fucking, to the, you can't do that? Yeah, you should be able to do that. Why not? Nah, why? Cannot build in this area. Why? So, water, food, power, and this is all you really need. Solar panel, water catcher, food, plants, you know, plants. And yeah, and you will be okay. You'll need some time and some effort and food before the crop yields. You know, you'll have to go out and get food until the crop yields. Once the crop yields, you could technically live off of like corn, potatoes, and squash for, you know, for the foreseeable future while you figure it out, like meat, stuff like, you know, birds, fish. Set fish traps, maybe. I've seen fish traps made out of 2-liter bottles that are really simple to do that definitely will catch good fish. It's funny. Let's go look at that. Let's look at YouTube for an easy 2-liter bottle fish trap. Yep.
Do you know what you would use a 2-liter bottle for? Yes, so you can use a 2-liter bottle as a trap. I'm gonna have to throw up a clip of this, but basically you cut the top portion of the bottle cap or the 2-liter bottle off and invert it back
Yep,
into
there it
the
is.
bottle.
And that's all it is, and it catches fish really easily.
And so when your fish goes in, it most likely can't swim back out because it gets confused. Do you know what you would use a 2-liter bottle for? Yes, so you can use a 2-liter bottle as a trap. I'm gonna have to throw up a clip of this, but
And look how simple that is. Invert the
basically you
fucking.
cut the
Now you're not going to catch the most amazing fish that way, but you will catch fish, and you could eat them.
top
And
portion.
so, if I was out, I would like the first thing I would do is be out getting 2-liter bottles along the ocean, and then putting them out there in the fucking and it sucks because a lot of that water is contaminated. You know, you'd have to probably really cook the fish. You know, yeah, you know. But we do eat fish from the ocean. I don't know, but the fish by the beach aren't so good. But yeah, you could put 2-liter bottles out there in the surf, and you're gonna get like crabs and fish all day. And so your job would be like go inland far enough to get like a tarp. I'm sorry, you know, a water catcher and a like a planter and yeah, and a planter and solar, and you would have like, and then you would check your fish traps in the morning, and you know, and you would be really worried about the garden. You would be always tending to the garden. You would have like probably a 18-foot square thing of just like plants growing like all summer and stuff. You would grow and can and preserve, and then you know go and check the fish traps every day. Bird traps, there's easy bird traps that you can make too.
Portion of the bottle cap or the 2-liter bottle off and invert it back into the bottle. And so when your fish goes in, it most likely can't swim back out because it gets confused. Do you know what you would use a 2-liter bottle?
This man created fish trap with his Pepsi bottle. First, he cuts the bottle in half. After removing the cap, he inserts the top of the bottle into the bottom half upside down, creating an entrance for the fish. Once he finishes making the trap, he fills it with bread as bait. After throwing the trap into the water, you'll see how many fish he catches. It's a lot, but his video was only for educational purposes. So he releases them back, hit like for this man on video.
Yeah, but and those fish, they're not amazing, but it's enough protein to live. You would live. You'd have to probably fry them and fricassee them, do all types of shit to them all the time, get oil from them and cook them in their own oil and stuff like this. You would have to do a lot of stuff to keep it like from driving you crazy of just eating those crappy fish every day. But you could do that. The whole point of mankind, there's two points to man. There's like two reasons to live. They always say it's one. What's the reason to live? But there's two. Procreation and not figuring out some way where you don't have to do just hunting all the time. You can use your brain to have fun.
This man created...
And so that's the other reason to live, is to figure out how to streamline all of this so that you don't have to worry about it. It doesn't take up all of your time. That's what mankind is. That's what it actually is. That's what we spend all of our time doing. So every time there's some new idea or something, somebody pays an inventor a ton of money because we're always looking for new ideas to make living easier, you know?
Fish trap with his Pepsi bottle.
I'll watch it one more time because this is better for small fish. But the thing about small fish is, and it's weird because they're good survivalists would say it at the end of the video, and these guys aren't that. They're trying to make money off of the YouTube algorithm and shit. They don't care about survival or anything like that. Or they would say the next most valuable thing, which some people might not be thinking about, which is, yeah, you could eat those fish, and it would suck, but you could fry them up, you could eat them. It is something that you could do. It would be very good, and there's a lot of bones, and it wouldn't be a very fun time. Or you could take those fish, then you catch those fish. You come back in the morning the next day, and you catch those fish while they're still in the cold water and alive, and you take them somewhere else, like to the ocean or something like that, and you use them as bait fish for something bigger. Then you eat for weeks. You get something bigger. With the smaller fish, you do better. Like if you take the smaller fish and go catch a really big bass, then you have meat. You have meat for like a week, right? And that's how humanity is most of us are actually kind of stuck, constrained to that reality of go get food from the grocery store every week and go fill your freezer so you have stuff to eat. Make sure the water's running so you have something to drink, or at least get bottled water or something like that. That's actually what humanity is. That's what we're here to do, and the easier that we make it with our technology, the better life gets. And they like to say that we're regressing and shit's getting worse, or that it's the dark ages. And yes, it's the dark ages when it comes to our government and the people, but the tech has made it so it's the easiest it has ever been for a human being to live, and we're learning this more and more. And so stuff like this is one of the reasons why it's so easy to live, is not only can you get like fish to fry up in a pan so that you don't starve to death that day, and you get protein so you don't get sick, right? But also you could technically use those fish for a lot of other things. Like you can use the fish to make nitrate to stimulate the soil in your garden. You can use the fish as bait. There's a lot of things that you can do. You can use the bones to make arrowheads. There's like things that you can do with the fish that make it worth it. And so fish traps are a lot more important than one might think. That's a weird little Rust thing that isn't some video game thing. Fish traps are actually very helpful. Sometimes really simple ones, like the Rust fish trap is a bunch of sticks in a low tributary of water, and like a net. I think there's an implied net there, and the fish just come swimming in with the tide and stuff, and they get caught in the net in the low flow in the tide, and they just get stuck in the fish trap. And it's not like you have to go spear them with spears or anything like that. You come back and they're just sitting in a net for you, waiting for you to eat. And many indigenous cultures for millions of years have made their lives and livings off of just that, going to check the fish traps every morning. As long as you go and check the fish traps every morning, or you go out and fish, you're going to have food forever. And so fishermen have always been respected all throughout time, pretty much, like, because it's like a job that we know everybody that we know that everybody needs, that it is an invaluable job, and we need fish coming in all the time to feed the people. And so fishermen can always kind of do well if you're skilled at fishing. That's one of the things I am good at. I'm good at fishing. My grandfather taught me. I don't ever get out on the water because I've never had any money, and fishing is one of the more expensive things you can do. It takes a lot of time too. But I am good at it. And so things like that, like understanding that I know how to fish, I know how to take a fucking string and a pole and a bit of bait. It doesn't matter how basic that shit is. Honestly, I think I could probably do it with a stick and a fucking string and the right bit of bait and the right place at the right time. You can catch something big, you know? And so, and catching something big is the difference between you. Oh shit, there was a zombie on top of me for some reason. Where am I? I'm not that far from home, but I've got to step back now, immediately. Oh, I'm at the gas station. I'm not that far. That's fine. Oh. 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 Scientist? I don't want to die. 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 I want to die. What do I do? I can't do anything. I'm going to have to chase the body. That's alright. I run along the highway so I know that it's on the left underpass of the highway and it's like a big line I can follow. And I'll die along this line. Try to get as far as I can. I wish I could get up on that cobalt truck, but I don't think I can make those jumps. So that's alright. Yeah, we'll run along the line. Oh, yep, right along the line, right where the road meets. So, okay, we know where I'm at. I don't have to make a compass. I can use the line. Maybe I'll get up. I don't know. I think the sickness just puts you right back down again, though. That's alright. If I do get up, I'll be able to run further. Get up. Get up. I didn't get up. That's okay. See, look, this is even better. Yeah, this gets you small bait fish and big fish, and it uses the small bait fish to catch the big bait fish, right? You scrap plastic bottles to make a simple container for holding fish after catching, stuff like that. Yeah, look at that. I mean, those fish suck, but yeah. But you can just keep fish fresh all day in a bottle under the water, and that's how you can keep them fresh. You know, if you're like, oh, I don't need to eat. I had a big bass meal this morning or something. Like you're like, okay, I don't need to eat till tomorrow. How do I keep this fish fresh? You just throw it in a bottle in the water and just keep them in the water. You know.
I made an easy DIY fish trap.
Last time I made a DIY fish trap, it was great until this happened.
Where is my fish trap?
Why do they all sound like, I don't know, they sound to me like television actors on that show. Oh god, what is it? I can't think of it. Sheldon or whatever. I can't think of it. They all sound like nerds on television, not like nerds who came by it naturally. Like they sound like nerds to me who identified as Blossom nerds or you know, Third Rock from the Sun nerds or whatever. And that they didn't really build their own nerddom. They just followed other nerds. And I'm sorry, but maybe nerd isn't your thing, you know? I don't know. Good nerds are what's the word? Original, authentic. They don't build their fucking reality. I got bit again. Oh, god damn it. I looted the wrong thing. Oh. Yeah. Yes, coming. Sorry. Oi. I died right there. Ouch. Coming. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. No problem. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Need help with anything? You been okay? Sorry I wasn't there today. My foot. Okay, well, good to see you. Yeah, follow up there for a while, but I don't mean that. And we see you again Tuesday, right? Dan will be okay. Well, if I don't see you, it was good to see you. Okay, have a good evening. Okay. Oh, tired. I had to move a lot of stuff today on a half-broken foot. My foot's all fucked up, and I think it's going to take a couple of days of healing. Yeah, I have timer now. I have to wait. Vultures. Where am I now? I'm at the fumarole. Hell, so do I have to go far? The Liz are fine. The Liz are not bad if they're actually up level. They are up level, yeah. So let's kill the Liz. There's a ton of them. I don't know, maybe I should bind this guy. I'll just try to dot him. Yep. God damn it. I don't know if this was a good idea. I blinded the other one, which is good. I just want to kill this one. They will knock me down so quick. I have to be very careful. They're missing a lot, though. And the other one's blinded. I should technically blind this guy. Land the blind on this one. Nice. I got the blind. That's probably okay. We're probably okay. Come on now. I don't know. Drain him. Drain him. Come on, drain. Land the drain. Miss, miss, miss. Drain him for a lot. Nice. Yeah, that was good. Nice. Ooh, you hurt. That sucked. He's not really going to hurt me, though. I have good gear. Like, for this level. He's a little scary to me. Good. There. There's the break. I caught it. They can kill you. It's not too good. Liz are not really the best target. They will kill you. I should stay off Liz. A lot of these videos have DMCA music.
See it anywhere. Looks like the turtles have gone to them. You guys absolutely obliterated me in the comment section.
Today you showed us how to litter. You have to tie it up, smart one. It's littering, but with more steps. You forgot water moves along with the trash you put in it.
This time I'm not gonna make the same mistake again. So I tied some fish line to it, and let's try it again. We are at the ditch. Gotta get this thing down there. Oh no. Hundreds of fish around the trap, but this snapping turtle is about to just eat it. Oh, we got a bunch of them. Look how many we have in that bottle. Wow. Mosquito fish right there. Mosquito fish everywhere. Look at all those mosquito fish.
Nope, see? Stop. We gotta get off shorts. It's just constant DMCA. No.
But they are just right. As if you would know, Lilo, as if you would know how high or low a number should be before a trade war pops off. Well, I guess you didn't fucking know, so add that to the list of things that you don't know. Now let's get back to this fake chart, Lilo. Okay, you see that entire blue and white column? Every number in that line is fake. All of them are lies. Let's just knock out a couple of them. Trump says that the EU is tariffing our ass at 39%. No, that's a lie. The actual number is somewhere between 1 and 4.8%. Now let's talk about Cambodia. 97%? God, you guys are gullible. So the actual number is around 30%. Okay, so not 97. So that is another lie. And Lilo, we're tired of using squishy language with you guys. This chart is not an exaggeration. It's not, he's negotiating, bro. He's not being taken out of context. This chart is a bullshit, easily disprovable fucking lie. Just like the charts that Elon shows you with babies stealing from the government or 300-year-old people taking Social Security. These are lies. Easily disprovable bullshit fucking lies. And Lilo, you guys would know this if you ever had the courage to check whether or not Trump and Elon were lying to you. But you don't have the courage to check that because you know that if you did, you would find out that they are outrageously full of shit and your entire worldview would crumble overnight. Kind of like the stock market. You know, kind of like that. Anyway, Lilo, let us know when all those short-term benefits start kicking in. All right? And in the meantime, have fun over there with your fake chart full of nonsense. All right? Good luck.
Explain exactly. You're a professor, you're a teacher. Most people don't even realize how tariffs work.
Okay. A tariff is a tax. It's just a particular tax that got that name. It used to be called import duty. All it means is when something comes into the United States that was produced outside and is brought in to be sold, it has to pay a tax, as literally as it crosses our border into our country. It is paid by the American company that brings it in, which may pass it on to the consumer, usually what happens. And the tax goes to Uncle Sam. It goes to Washington. Mr. Trump loved to suggest that tariffs were paid by the others. A little bit like Mexico would pay for the wall. Never happened. It's not going to happen here either. It's an American tax.
It blows my mind, and I mean,
fucking idiots are just idiots, and they scratch and furrow their fucking brows. But no, you're an idiot, Trump. That's the actual problem. You're an idiot. You would know basic stuff like this. You wouldn't ever lie in public because there's fact checkers in the universe, you know. But you lie in public all the fucking time. How long till those chickens come home to roost? You fucking idiot. How long? Not that long. Not that long. Like those chickens will come home to roost. It like how long till you just tank the entire party for a long time and I pray that you did, you know.
Where
maybe he did us a favor and just got rid of the Republicans for a while.
Knowledge is free everywhere, literally dancing in front of your face on every. MAGA still can't afford to pay attention. Like, bro, information is free, but y'all are intellectually bankrupt, and now. That bankruptcy is leaking into your pockets. And unfortunately, it's seeping into our pockets too. Pockets of Americans who never asked to be dragged into this recession circus y'all co-signed. See, when Trump stands on stage with his chest puffed out, spitting that classic nonsense like, tariffs work great, or we're gonna be loaded. Let me translate. He's not talking about you. That man doesn't work for you. The average American family juggling 3 jobs and trying to afford insulin. You think you're riding shotgun, but you're not even in the car. You're under the tires. Like Professor Richard Wolff, an actual economic mind, unlike your orange overlord, has said over and over, a tariff is a tax. And that tax, it doesn't go to you. It goes to Uncle Sam. And what does Uncle Sam do with that money? Build hospitals,
more tariffs,
improve schools,
no,
fix Flint's water,
more tariffs.
No. That tax gets funneled to foreign aid deals, like the blank check to Israel, or to pad military-industrial contracts, or,
it's
and
true.
This is the real kicker, to give corporate welfare to billionaires like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Yeah, those same billionaires who spent millions funding Trump's return. Not because they believe in him, not because he's for the people,
Peter Thiel,
but because they know he's going to serve their interests. Elon wants more deregulation. Thiel wants full AI control and zero oversight. And guess what? MAGA gave them exactly what they wanted. Let me drop a bomb for y'all. That big, beautiful bill MAGA cheered for, tucked inside that bill, deep in the fine print MAGA didn't bother to read, is a clause that literally prevents the government from regulating AI companies for several years. You heard that right. While the world is raising red flags about artificial intelligence, MAGA just handed Silicon Valley the keys to do whatever the hell they want. Spyware, behavioral manipulation tech, deepfake propaganda, you name it. They've legalized it. You can't stop it. And the billionaires? Oh, they were all at the inauguration, grinning from ear to ear. Because this wasn't a government victory. It was a corporate coup. America is now trapped, more than ever, in the hands of the wealthy elite. Oligarchy isn't coming. It's here. And you know why?
Yeah.
Because people like MAGA made it easy. They handed over power like it was a gift basket.
Fuck them and their stupid, worthless traitor asses.
While being robbed, applauded while being poisoned.
Little Eichmann, worthless, low IQ pieces of shit ruined our country.
Trump wasn't even the savior they thought he was. He was the controlled rebel. The swamp drainer who turned out to be just another alligator doing backstrokes through the muck. A pawn dressed like a king. So yeah, we're in a mess. A deep engineered, billionaire-funded mess. And unless something miraculous happens, something grassroots, disruptive, and actually people-powered, we're not getting out of this anytime soon. Anyway, I know that was heavy, but let me know what your thoughts are on this.
I agree.
Drop your takes
Every
in the
word.
comments. I read them all. Let's keep learning together.
Yeah, I like this guy. What's his name? It's Breaking Bread. I think he's good. He's one of the better low pop up and comings. He'll be big one day. Cause I like him. Mainly because I'm here. My interests will make him break people. I know they will. They always have. From The Simpsons on all the way up to South Park. Because I liked South Park. It went 30 seasons. But only because I liked it, you know? I don't know why it's like that, but it is. If I like something, it'll survive. If I don't, it won't. Yeah, this one's very. These ladies are very funny.
Welcome to another episode of This Fucking Guy, the show where
This
we
fucking
one
guy.
fucking guy who's making America worse and explain why they suck. I'm Erin Ryan, host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast.
And I'm Alyssa Mastromonaco, the other host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast.
Here at This Fucking Guy, we believe that a person doesn't need to be a man to be a pimple on the ass of humanity. Because we're feminists.
We're
and
feminists.
We like to recognize when women are fucking guys too.
Yep.
Like our current Secretary of Homeland Security and America's most desperate pick-me, Kristi Noem.
Kristi Noem is what happens when women with shitty dads go into government instead of going to therapy.
Ouch. Ooh, I got one. Kristi Noem is what happens when somebody who grew up 21 hours of driving from the Mexican border gets put in charge of managing the Mexican border.
Oh.
Kristi Noem is what happens when you source your aesthetician in South Dakota.
Oh.
Patriot Kristi Noem was delaying FEMA's
It's true too. I got some
response
cousins
to
in North
flooding
Dakota.
victims by waiting 72 hours to authorize release of federal search and rescue resources before the self-proclaimed family values politician was having what was described to the New York Post as a blatant and years-long extramarital affair with Trump dingleberry Corey Lewandowski.
Trump dingleberry.
Conservative was wasting South Dakota taxpayer money on a plane for herself and one of the most legendarily stupid public awareness campaigns of all time. She was just Kristi Arnold, farm girl born in Hamlin County, South Dakota.
Kristi was the 1990 South Dakota Snow Queen, which it turns out is not slang for the state's #1 cocaine dealer.
She'd be so much more interesting if it was. That is a bummer.
She also dabbled in rodeo queen pageants between.
She's a rodeo clown.
By livestock on her
They're all rodeo clowns. This one, Kristi Noem, was a rodeo
Kristi's father
clown.
loomed large in her life, and by loomed large, I mean he was a domineering and unpleasant person. Kristi seems to think that her dad was a cool and tough guy, like a cowboy from the movies, like John Wayne or Clint Eastwood at the height of his powers. The stories Kristi tells about her father make him sound like an abusive dickhead who probably should not have had kids. Like the story of the time when she was 10 and the two of them were elk hunting in Wyoming, and her dad told her to, quote, hunt her way back to camp. And then scurried off
Snipe
over
hunt.
a ridge. Little Kristi spent the day terrified trying to find her way back, and years later found out her dad was following her the whole way, making
Yep.
animal noises.
Yep.
Disturbing.
Snipe hunt.
How about the story from
White
Kristi's
people.
2022 memoir where her dad was having a hard time getting a stubborn cow to go in the barn?
Ooh, I got a level.
And so in front of little Kristi and her siblings, he started punching the cow in the face. And then he slipped and fell and became pinned under the animal.
Okay, that is low-key slapstick. I mean, you deserve it. You're punching a cow in the face, you deserve to have a cow sit on you. Kristi's father's legendary run as an emotionally dysregulated farm tyrant came to a tragic end one day when he tried to roast the crust on top of a grain bin himself. An incredibly dangerous thing to do, and was sucked in and suffocated in the massive grain pile. It's a horrible way to die. New fear unlocked, as our associate producer said. But
100%.
as Kristi Noem herself implied in one of her memoirs, she wasn't surprised that her dad was doing something he shouldn't have been doing. A farm is an especially dangerous place to be a reckless asshole with rage issues.
Kristi had been attending Northern State University when her dad died in March 1994. She should have been about a month and a half away from graduating, but she says she dropped out of college to help out with the family farm. She gave birth to her first child in April of 1994, so I'm not sure how the timing on that worked, but whatever.
Kristi Noem's family farm, by the
Or
way,
whatever.
has taken quite a bit of government money over the years. Between 1995 and 2024, Ricotta Valley Ranch in Hazel, South Dakota, which Noem's family owns, has received more than $4.9 million in government subsidies. The years with
Why?
the biggest government paychecks came during President Trump's first term between 2017 and
They're farm subsidy
It's
grifters.
not like Kristi's family were outliers either. South Dakota is one of the largest recipients of government farm subsidies.
Republicans are always grifters. Oh my God, they were stealing from the government's farm subsidies for South Dakota, for South Dakota, which, yeah, it's a farming state, but it's not a big farming state.
Being the 47th most populous state in the country,
47th?
it hoovers up more farm subsidies than all but 7 other states.
Oh no, it's like empty like Wyoming, but they suck in more money than California, even though California does all the farming.
And before you point out, well, Alyssa, there are a lot of farms in South
God.
Dakota, so it makes sense that those farms would need subsidies. Let me point out that South Dakota farmers receive billions more from the federal government than California farmers, even though California produces 1/3 of all the vegetables and 3/4 of all the fruits and nuts grown in the U.S.
Alyssa, it's not socialism if it helps white people. Like so many other Midwestern beauty queens, Christy married some guy she met in high school and started having kids when the ink was barely dry on her high school diploma. I'm going to show you Christy and Byron Gnome's wedding photo. This was back when she had curly blonde hair and she could physically smile. You are not going to recognize her face, I'm telling you.
My God, I wish my teeth were that white. I'm so jealous of you. Must be nice to have dental money. You fucking shitheads. I hate the middle and upper class. I hate them. You try living in a lower class as long as I did, or whatever, and you begin to understand. No thanks. We need these things, but I still don't like them very much. Okay, let's go recycling because these bags are full.
It's also one of the most stunning examples of what should be called boot, scoot, and boogie wedding aesthetic that existed for a little bit after the 80s were over.
Boot, scoot, and wedding.
Country. I can picture the wedding taking place in the unruly
Boot,
bar
scoot,
from
wedding?
Swayze's movie
Oh my
Roadhouse.
God.
Gnome won a place in the South Dakota House of Representatives in 2000.
Because they all worship Roadhouse. We know they do. They worship
English,
Roadhouse
the
for some
official language
reason.
of South Dakota.
Finally.
They all
In
think that their
2010, she
entire
ran for
lives
South
are
Dakota's
Roadhouse.
congressional seat, defeating Democratic incumbent Stephanie Herseth-Sandlin by only 2 percentage points. This despite Herseth-Sandlin's attempts to paint Gnome as an unserious person, on account of the fact that Christy Gnome had racked up quite the record as a driver. 20 speeding tickets, 3 stop sign violations, 2 seatbelt violations, and a citation for driving with no driver's license. She had also been issued 6 court notices for failure to appear and 2 arrest warrants.
Pretty rich that Gnome is so hot for deporting criminals when she is such a vehicular menace.
I mean, imagine if an undocumented person had the driving record that Gnome does. Like, she'd be putting the guy in billboards. She'd be throwing the guy in jail and staging a photo op in front of his cell. Gnome would have plenty of time to prove herself an unserious person beyond her driving record. Like so many right-wing hypocrites before her, she ran for office on reducing the federal deficit and benefiting ordinary South Dakotans. But instead of doing any of that, Gnome got to doing what she did best, pursuing dumb solutions to made-up problems.
One early example of such an effort was Gnome's crusade against the so-called death tax.
When I was attending college,
Oh my God, they all talk like this too.
and it was devastating for all of us. We picked up the pieces. I quit college, came home, and became the general manager of the operation. And while we were trying to keep our row crop and cow-calf operation going, we got a letter in the mail from the IRS saying that we owed death taxes. Now, we had land that had been in our family for generations.
Because you probably did. You probably
We
do.
didn't have money in the bank to pay those taxes.
That's how taxes
And it was
work.
very devastating for us.
When you have millions of dollars worth of ranch stuff and you have like tons of money and property and shit, you owe more taxes than everybody else. Yes, you idiot. Yeah, this is how taxes work. Yes, yeah. You have a farm, it's filled with machines and stuff that costs a lot more money than what most people have. When you do that, when you become bigger and you make more money and you're supporting a huge family and all this other stuff, you have a quarry that you take your dog out back to put down or whatever. Who the fuck has a quarry, by the way? Nobody has a quarry. Only rich people and farmers have quarries and shit like that. So it's just like, yeah, you know, you can see that, yeah, you bitch about the debt tax because you just want us to pay your debt tax. You want the public to pay your debt tax. So you can just sit on your farm and not lose any money. We all know what your problem is. You're a shithead. You're a Republican grifter. You've always been, you know. Sorry. Don't know why they're all grifters. They just are. With their, Alex Jones with his supplements and, fucking Dogecoin and fucking, like, all the shit that Republican grifters do. I don't know.
Up taking out a loan to pay off those taxes, but it took us 10 years. It was an option for us to sell land because my dad had always said God isn't making any more land. So we did that, but I thought we need more people talking about laws that are devastating for families and their small businesses.
First of all, her family did not get a tax bill in the mail after her dad died. That's not what the IRS does. Secondly, subsequent investigations by both USA Today and the Huffington Post showed that Noam's family paid off a $169,000 loan over the course of 10 years after her dad passed, at the rate of 4% interest. During that time, you may recall from earlier, the family was receiving large amounts of money from the federal government, over $3.7 million in farm subsidies.
Grifters.
And Christy's dad had a $1 million life insurance policy that paid out after he died.
$1 million. A human with $1 million life insurance
could
policy.
have paid off her dad's estate accounting mistake without taking out a loan. And Congressman Noam was either misremembering something in a suspiciously politically expedient way or making shit up.
Another bugaboo of Christie's was her battle against dust regulations.
Dust regulations?
Yeah, apparently farms make a lot of dust, and the EPA telling them to not make as much dust would have devastated them. In 2011, Noam introduced a bill in Congress designed to block an EPA crackdown on farm dust regulation.
Oh, good. She fought the EPA. Oh, yeah, go punch the EPA. That seems safe and good.
Like,
we all love it when you do that.
This isn't an issue facing farmers.
Yeah, like, oh, you went to go fight the EPA, the most, like, kind-hearted, like, actually publicly, like protecting us fucking thing.
And construction, which is classic.
And the EPA is a joke. They're not good at what they do. But I mean, like, but they were there to try and keep us from destroying the environment. We need them.
And one of the first things she did was pay,
or you know, or like watch that movie Dark Waters, or we dump forever chemicals into rivers and then the Native Americans drink the water. It's disgusting. Or the cows drink it. Like, it's disgusting, and that shit happens all the time. Cause Salt Flint, Michigan. And so we need the EPA. I don't care what some idiot-ass right-wing fucking grifter asshole with a low IQ says about it. We need the goddamn EPA. I don't care. Like, I don't care if they're incompetent. All the government's incompetent. But we do need somebody telling these terrible corpos that they can't just dump poison into the water. We do need that. You know? Sure, were they effective? No. I mean, the EPA did not stop us from committing the Carmageddon. They did not stop us, no. They were not effective. Trump is right when he says that, but we do need them. We do need some kind of environmental police, or the rich people. They will just dump poison into our fucking oceans. They do it all the time. There's been so many times they've done that. I mean, there's so many times. Look at Exxon Valdez. If the EPA wasn't around, we might not have ever even found out about the Exxon Valdez, frankly. But with, you know, so like the EPA is, you know, definitely something we do need. I understand that it's so incompetent that you don't want it anymore, in the way that I don't want it, the FBI, the CIA, or the fucking you know, the DEA. But I mean, I have that same feeling about the FBI, CIA, and DEA. So like, yeah. So if you want to shut down the EPA, which I don't, then I want to shut down the DEA. You know, and we can both have our little, like, you know, partisan, you know, tribal tiff or whatever about which triple letter organizations suck the most dick. But I mean, like, yeah, but the EPA isn't one of them. The EPA did not kill John F. Kennedy or MLK or John Lennon. You know, the EPA doesn't go and let corpos dump poison into the water down or upstream from a Native American colony. Like, I mean, you know, as a Native American reservation, I just don't, you know, I don't really understand attacking the EPA. That's sort of like punching Captain Planet.
You've been examined.
Do you really want to punch Captain Planet, you piece of shit red hat maggots? I think you do. I think you even want to kill Captain Planet. I think you want to kill the planet. I think I mean, I'm sorry, but I do.
The Minneapolis ad agency public service anti-meth campaign for the South Dakota Department of Social Services.
It was a big investment and a big swing. But did it pay off? In 2019, the public got its first look at Governor Kristi Noem's twitchy little baby.
The campaign? Meth. We're on it. It involved putting up billboards all over the
Meth,
state.
we're on it?
Photos of ordinary South Dakotans with the
What? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's what she said? Meth, I'm on it. Meth, we're on it. Meth, we're on it. There's a problem in South Dakota. We all need to get on it, because together we can get meth out of here. So we all need to get on meth. Meth, we're on it. Oh my god. That is such a terrible ad campaign, you fucking idiot B-word. The fuck's wrong with you? The fuck's wrong with Republicans? Fucking morally bankrupt. What? Alright, so will you let me do this? Oh, good. I have 2 bags. Very good, very good. I suppose I have to wall off with doors now, and I don't really wish to do that. We could just put metal doors, I suppose. One... Yeah, we'll do one metal and 2 wood or whatever. I don't know. Does it matter? I don't think so. No, I don't think this matters. They can pop the bed if they need to. Fucking losers. Oops. Okay, we're hopefully getting some more metal. Yay, more metal. Maybe like a half stack or like a quarter stack for that. How's this now? Are we a little better now? Yeah, we're better now. We're doing better now. So we're going to pull out. I'm going to make that whole bit metal, and hopefully it's free. Come on, free. Damn it. That's alright. 862 is pretty good. I want doors here. I like really do. I want doors here. Pretty bad. Like enough to spend all of it. No, I can't spend all of it. I can't spend all of this. I can't. I can do wood doors, but I can't do metal doors. Yeah, can't afford it. Just full-blown can't. Nope. So... door, lock, door. And I think we're good. Roof. Yeah, right? Yeah, like I need to protect the bed, I do, but I don't have to protect any of the rest of this, which is good. Alright, oh, I don't have wall frames, and that's going to take a little bit more wood. I mean, I don't know. Do I need wall frames? I don't know. That many doors is a lot. I guess I will put wall frames, but I won't use them. Okay. Okay. Could get some more metal here. I guess I will. Just to add to the stack. I'm just going to stack it up and do it later. I don't need to do this right now. I've got 36 hours in this thing, which is plenty long. I believe I'll move on to a different game. I'm going to go relieve myself and pause this video to go to the bathroom, and then I will come back and I will play some New World, and I will go live and stream. My signal's running. I need to get out here. The vultures are too low. The young's too low. The land crab's good, though. Land crabs and bees are probably good. And this was a good spot. I'll just run out my signet right here. Okay. I will go to the bathroom. I will pause the video. I'll be right back. Today I had to help with a whole bunch of stuff around the house, and it took up most of my day. And so here I am at the end of the work day, anyways, and I'm ready to go to work. Did some work on other games today, and now I'm here to play some New Worlds. So I hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm gonna move on. We're gonna look for. Ideally, I want to catch a CK run. Would be the best thing that I could get. Also, if there was an invasion, that would also be good in, what is it, Reekwater? Yeah, Reekwater. If there's an invasion in Reekwater, I would like to sign up for the invasion. That's at 9 p.m. Yeah, I'll be online at 9, which is fine. And I'll do the invasion because I need to unlock this great axe. I've had it for too long, and I did a lot of work to unlock it. I would like to unlock this great axe finally. But no CK, Life Ring, Hatch, Gorgon, Mutated. No, I don't see CK today, which is annoying. Oh my god, I have 68,000 gold. Ooh, there's a shrapnel.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Nice, that was a good drain. I love Black Mage.
Your skill has increased.
He didn't like water. Bananas are
Your skill
5
has
gold a
increased.
pop. Jesus. I could go pick bananas. Talibi banana. Bananas. Yeah, I probably will go chop some banana. Probably go to that one. Oh, this crab was a little scary. I came back and he was still alive and he stopped my heart. You rattle my brains, crab. I like chopping bananas. It's mindless and it does serve my purpose, you know? Because they nerfed the drop rate on bananas. But I'm getting a lot of hidden stashes. I made 100 gold off bananas already.
on it emblazoned across them, as well as buying up the URL onmeth.com. The link is
Oh
dead.
my
And
god.
there's also this TV ad.
I'm on meth.
I'm on there.
Oh my god.
So am I.
So am I.
I'm on that.
Me too.
Everyone
I'm
in
kidding.
South Dakota's problem. And we need
It's not just your problem, it's South Dakota's problem.
I'm on it.
Everyone in South Dakota is on it. Unabashed.
There were like so many other things that they could have done with that money.
Yeah.
Like, meth, we're against it. Meth,
Don't
call
do it.
someone. Meth, here's a hotline.
The
Meth, we're all on it. If you're in South Dakota, you're on it.
became a laughingstock almost immediately.
I mean, we all know it's true, but you shouldn't say it.
I guess underwear is saying, "I'm on it," through a camera might not be the best move. And unlike many
Meth, we're all on it. Just say it, admit it.
Meth was a real problem in South Dakota.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. Yeah.
Wasn't a real problem in South Dakota?
But you probably shouldn't have done that.
In 2021, the South Dakota State Legislature decided to dogpile on trans kids rather than do things that actually benefit society. It passed HB 1217, a law that would ban trans athletes from participating in girls' and women's sports in the state. Almost immediately, the bill ran into trouble. Businesses threatened to boycott South Dakota, and the NCAA indicated that it would no longer hold events in the state. And so Governor Noem, in a move that pleased absolutely nobody, vetoed the bill and replaced it with a pair of executive orders specifying that trans girls were banned from participating in middle school and high school sports only, and it required that girls who wanted to participate in sports present an affidavit swearing that they were born female.
But this was also stupid, as biological males beating the tar out of biological females in middle school volleyball was a non-problem in South Dakota, as it's a non-problem virtually everywhere. But now, thanks to the governor's actions, girls who want to participate in sports have to verify their biological sex.
Oh, good.
before
Show me your
participating,
vagina. You can
which
play
they didn't have to
sports.
do before.
Victory of small government once again. During debate of the bill, trans advocates couldn't find a local trans girl competing in sports to testify against the measure. That's because it turns out that at the time there were zero trans girls participating in girls
South
and women's
Dakota.
sports in South Dakota.
Yeah.
In fact, in the previous 10 years,
That kind of sounds like a good way to get like murdered by the local populace.
South Dakota tried again with a trans sports ban, and this time Governor Noem signed it. She's also signed a law banning trans kids from
I'm sorry, not all people from South Dakota are bad.
During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic,
I know, I've got a bunch of
Governor
cousins
Super
there.
Fun Pick me asshole, refusing to shut down businesses or require any disease mitigation steps, despite warnings from public health officials. She even hosted a 4th of July fireworks spectacular over Mount Rushmore, and had then President Trump as her honored guest. Not long after, the state hosted the Sturgis motorcycle rally, which turned out in retrospect to be a super spreader event. Luckily, even with all of
Super
the
spreader
tedious
event.
hunger to trigger the libs,
What does
South
that
Dakota
mean?
is a mostly
You're
empty
scaring
place without
me.
many population centers for people to cough on each other.
But there are still vulnerable populations in the state that Noem couldn't be bothered to care about protecting. Native American tribes concerned about protecting elders enforced their own COVID protocols on reservations. Noem threatened to send law enforcement to the tribes, only to be told by
I'm sure she
elders that
did.
actually she can't do that because tribes are technically sovereign. And
Yeah,
the
they're not
laws pretty damn
America,
clear about
so don't
that.
tell us what
and
to
Noem
do
did a
or
Trump
whatever.
style chicken out.
When all the dust had settled, South Dakota's COVID losses were dramatic compared to the state's small population and pretty much avoidable. Still, Noem continued to lie about her leadership being a great success a year out. She wrote an op-ed for Fox News that undercounted the number of dead South Dakotans by 11%. South Dakota ultimately ranked 9th of all the states in COVID deaths per capita.
Noem, unsurprisingly, had a fraught relationship with the Native American tribes in South Dakota beyond the whole endangering the lives of their elders thing. And by fraught, I mean disastrous. For several months between 2024 and 2025, she was banned from entering all 9 of the reservations in the state. That's 12% of South Dakota's landmass. Over incendiary accusations she'd made about drug cartel activity on tribal lands and Native American children having no hope or supervision. One tribe has since rescinded its ban, but the others are still holding strong.
Now, it's important to note that South Dakota's Black Hills were stolen from the Native Americans and subsequently turned into what I'd classify as a white trash tourist trap. And we should also note that Mount Rushmore itself is a pretty egregious
Oh, white trash tourist trap. God damn it.
defacement of what was there before. Now, it's important to note that South Dakota's Black Hills were stolen from the Native Americans and subsequently turned into what I'd classify as a white trash tourist trap. And we should also note that Mount Rushmore itself is a pretty egregious replacement of what was there before.
I mean, it is true, but man, long were the days we weren't allowed to say it.
Dumb fireworks stunt during high fire season during a pandemic.
I love the internet. You can just say what you want.
From the group Land Back showed up, and Nome sicked the National Guard on them.
About
Of course she did.
150 protesters were arrested. One of them, Oglala Sioux tribe member Nick Tilson, was charged with second-degree robbery, assault, and a handful of other crimes when he took the shield of one of the National Guardsmen and wrote "Land Back" on it. He faced up to 17 years in prison before a 2021 agreement led to his record being expunged.
Just for comparison, 2 months later, South Dakota Attorney General Jason Ravensborg was driving drunk home from a political fundraiser when he hit and killed a pedestrian. Ravensborg fled the scene, later claiming that he thought he was a deer. Further investigation found the dead man's glasses in the Attorney General's car because the man's face had hit Ravensborg's windshield. 5 months later, 5 months later, Nome called for Ravensborg to resign. He was charged with 3 misdemeanors and faced up to 90 days in jail.
Well, at least he didn't touch a National Guard member's shield, Aaron.
Alyssa, every family with 3 kids has, at all times, one kid who is fucking up. I'm one of 3. I can attest to this. And in Governor Kristi Noem's family of 3 kids, the kid that was the fuck up in 2020 was her older daughter, Cassidy with a K. In 2019, Cassidy with a K applied for a license to be a state-certified residential appraiser. In order to qualify, applicants have to submit examples of their work and have them graded on proficiency by an outside assessor. Cassidy failed. No big deal. Happens all the time. Cassidy was given a second chance to meet the necessary standards to become certified, failed again. Bummer. Happens all the time.
Here's something that doesn't happen all the time. Shortly after Cassidy learned that the state was going to deny her application, Sherry Bren, the director of the state certification program, was summoned to a meeting at the governor's mansion. Also in attendance of said meeting were Cassidy, the state secretary of labor, and the governor's general counsel and chief of staff.
Oh my God.
Of course.
Bren says that the meeting was intimidating and that Governor Nome told her that she was going to, quote, get to the bottom of why it was so hard to get certified as a real estate appraiser in South Dakota. About 10 days later, Cassidy was given a third chance, which is very rare, to meet the appraiser's standards. This time she passed and was awarded her license. Several months later, Bren was forced to retire.
We know about this because Bren was summoned to testify before the Government Operations and Audit Committee of the state legislature. The GOAC concluded that Cassidy Nome Peters had received preferential treatment in her application and that Governor Nome may be guilty of misconduct. As one might predict, Nome denies any wrongdoing.
Cassidy with a K, however, resigned from her position as an appraiser and gave up her license in 2021, which indicates that she's got more of a moral compass than her mother and also that she's probably not cut out for politics. Good for you, Cassidy.
Unsurprisingly, Nome was also a shitty boss. During her 6 years as governor, she cycled through 5 different chiefs of staff. She also shed other important staffers with more regularity than other governors. Part of this was due to the fact that the job itself sucked. But according to some reporting, another part of it was that her out-of-state hires hated living in South Dakota.
Yeah, take that, South Dakota. You suck. So as we know, Kristi Nome is very much a fiscal conservative. She puts her money where her mouth is, choosing to forgo the luxuries available to her as an elected official, and instead living a Spartan life of humility and restraint. Just kidding. Do you want to hear about some stuff that Kristi Nome spent money on when she was governor of South Dakota?
Do I?
Kristi Nome spent somewhere between $60,000 and $68,000 on renovations to the South Dakota governor's mansion when she was in office.
Oh, good.
Including $13,000 worth of rugs and a sauna that cost more than $8,100. Nome also had a $462,000 security fence installed around the governor's mansion, which she claimed was paid for by a combination of donations and
taxpayer money.
How many donations? How
All
much from the taxpayers? We don't know.
In 2020, it was revealed that Governor Nome had circumvented the regular state procurement process to lease a King Air 3...
Hello? Okay. No, I've only gone through, I think, 3 slices or something. I don't, and I like that bread, but I've just not been eating sandwiches, really, so... Yeah, I had 2 slices today with my lunch. Yeah, so, you know, Good, okay. Oh, okay. I'll help if need be.
You've been examined.
I'm not dead, am I? Oh, okay. Okay, if you would, don't let her out till I get there. Would that help? Or will you help me? Thank you, because I don't want to hunt for her tonight. Okay, thank you, I love you. Just what? Oh, just take her? Okay, okay, yeah, I'm going up there around 7, so I'll probably go get her around 7. Okay, be safe, please. Alright. Alright, see ya. No problem, you're welcome. Ah. God damn it.
$350 private plane. The plane rented for $1,500 an hour, and her use of the plane lined up with personal travel, not official state business.
Devil's advocate, though, Alyssa. Given what we know about Kristi Noem, isn't it in the public interest to have her travel by plane rather than driving around the state like a goddamn maniac?
I mean, fair. This one blew my mind. During her 6 years as governor, Kristi Noem put about $750,000 on the state's credit card. Some of the things she charged to the state's card were a bear hunting trip with her niece and a stay in the Venetian in Las Vegas. There was also a $7,000 charge for plane tickets to Paris, where Noem was slated to speak at a right-wing event. One of the issues people had with Noem's spending was that state resources are, at least in spirit, supposed to be at the governor's disposal when she's on official business only.
But Kristi Noem was often furthering her own interests rather than those of her constituents. She was frequently out of state on book tours, personal travel, and even one trip to a specialty dentist in Houston where she had cosmetic veneers installed and then bizarrely released a 5-minute infomercial style video on the experience, which she posted.
A 5-minute infomercial on getting porcelain veneers.
So please enjoy this dance remix version.
Well, hi, I'm Kristi Noem. I had the opportunity to come to Small, Texas to fix my teeth, to fix my teeth, to fix my teeth,
oh.
my teeth, to fix
oh.
my teeth, have an adjustment to fix my teeth from a biking accident. Knocked out all of my front teeth. I did a consultation. The bite was correct. My teeth, I love it. I want them to focus on my thoughts.
The biking accident?
That means a lot. My bite is better to fix my teeth, to
fix my teeth, to fix my teeth.
They feel better in my mouth.
They feel better in my mouth.
I started to cry.
I started to cry.
I started to cry. Your smile can change the world.
Your smile can change the world.
Your teeth can change the world.
That is... Oh my god, that just needs a disco siren, and I am on the dance floor.
A ProPublica investigation in 2025 found that there was even more grift in Noemland. The secretary had failed to disclose an $80,000 payment from a dark money group to Kristi's personal company when she was governor. Yet another ethical violation. In other words, she was pocketing campaign donations. It's unclear where the money went, but just investigating using my eyes, it looks like she shot it directly into her face.
Kristi Noem.
Oh, melty Botox.
Her own political ambitions, as she's too dull-witted to impress anybody much smarter than the MAGA set. She glommed onto MAGA world like a deer tick on a bird dog, frequently jet setting off to Mar-a-Lago and Trump campaign stops.
At the time, Noem wasn't saying who was paying for her travel, but a 2025 AP analysis revealed that it was, you guessed it, the taxpayers of South Dakota. Yes, those regular people she was so horny to help out were on the hook for at least $150,000 in Kristi Noem's personal travel expenses, as well as $640,000 for her security that accompanied her.
It brings me no joy to say the following segue, but it's been reported that Kristi Noem was horny for something else besides conservative values. In late 2019, Trump hanger-on and married father of 4, Corey Lewandowski, became an advisor to Noam. 2 things happened in the months that followed. Noam's profile in Trump world rose quickly and dramatically, and rumors flew that one of the reasons for that was that she was boinking Corey Lewandowski.
In 2021, a conservative news outlet called American Greatness published a piece claiming that multiple sources had claimed that Lewandowski and Noam had been having an affair throughout much of the 2020 presidential campaign. The site didn't name any of the sources, but that didn't stop the rumors from being picked up by other outlets. After that report was published, Noam angrily denied the rumors, calling them, quote, total garbage and a disgusting lie.
But the rumors continued, and so did Lewandowski and Noam's pal around time. In 2023, not long after Noam announced she was endorsing Trump for president again, the New York Post reported that she and Corey had a, quote, absurdly blatant affair involving one instance of them making out at a hotel bar at 2021's CPAC convention in Orlando, Florida. At the time, the 51-year-old Noam had been married to her husband Byron for 30 years and was about to become a grandmother for the first time.
We should mention that Noam has never stopped posting mushy messages about her husband Byron. Back in 2019, shortly before she and Corey became a political nightmare blunt rotation, she devoted her Father's Day governor's column to her husband, writing, Father's Day is the perfect opportunity for me to stop for a moment and express to him how grateful I am that our children have such an incredible father. Byron is a partner in all I do and a helpmate through peaceful and busy times. He's not perfect, but he's perfect for me. In the column, she also praises him for having a clean house waiting for her when she returns home from long days. He
sounds like a great wife.
Nobody tell Jesse Waters Kristi Noem's marriage is woke.
I'd like to point out that a few months after the alleged 2021 CPAC makeout sesh, her alleged affair partner Corey Lewandowski was accused of drunkenly groping and saying, quote, vile and disgusting things to a conservative donor named, I shit you not, Trashell.
Trashell.
In Las Vegas. Shortly after that,
Trashell.
cut ties with Lewandowski professionally, that is. Although
Trashell.
the separation only lasted until the following May, when Lewandowski and Noam were seen together at campaign events again. This fucking guy is brought to you by Haya. Typical children's vitamins are basically candy in disguise, filled with 2 teaspoons of sugar, unhealthy chemicals, and other gummy additives. Growing kids.
Trashell.
That's why Haya created a super chewable vitamin. Haya is made with 0 sugar and 0 gummy additives. Yet, it tastes great and is perfect for picky eaters. I've got a 3.5-year-old. You know what she likes? Meatballs, pancakes, and Haya vitamins. Haya fills in the most common gaps in modern children's diets, especially if your child, like mine, is eating a meatball and pancake-based diet to provide the full-body nourishment our kids need with a yummy taste they love. Formulated with the help of pediatricians and nutritional experts, Haya is pressed with a blend of 12 organic fruits and veggies, then supercharged with 15 essential vitamins and minerals, including vitamin D, B12, B, zinc, folate, and many others, to help support immune system, energy, brain function, teeth, bones, and more. It's non-GMO, vegan, dairy-free, allergy-free, gelatin-free, nut-free, and everything else you can imagine. Every single batch is third-party tested for heavy metals and microbials in a qualified GMP-compliant lab using scientifically validated testing methods, so you know the product is safe and nutritious. Haya is designed for kids 2 and up and sent straight to your door, so parents have one less thing to worry about. My daughter calls these her alphaba vitamins because they are pink, green, and yellow, and alphaba's green, and Linda is pink. She's really in a wicked phase now. She is the pickiest child in the world, and she asks to take them, and it makes me feel good that we're going to fill in some of those nutritional gaps with Haya vitamins. And are you tired of battling with your kids to eat their greens? Haya now has Kids Daily Greens and Superfoods, a chocolate-flavored greens powder designed specifically for kids, packed with 55 plus whole food ingredients to support brain power development and digestion. Just scoop, shake, and sip with milk or any non-dairy beverage for a delicious and nutritious boost your kids will actually enjoy. We've worked out a special deal with Haya for their best-selling children's vitamin. Receive 50% off your first order. To claim this deal, you must go to hayahealth.com/guy. This deal is not available on the regular website. Go to HIYAHEALTH.com/guy and get your kids the full body nourishment they need to grow into healthy adults.
The rumors that Lewandowski was, quote, 100% banging Kristi Noem were met with a flat denial from Noem's camp. And if Noem's general attitude towards other people's personal choices was live and let live, and people's relationships are their own business, well, we probably wouldn't care.
Kristi Noem, however, has championed policies that intrude into America's bedrooms and bodies. In addition to banning trans healthcare and being a staunch opponent of abortion rights, Noem is a longtime opponent of gay marriage, and as a member of Congress, supported a constitutional amendment to declare that marriage is between one man and one woman.
To be fair, that was before she was alleged to believe that marriage was between one woman, one man, and Corey Lewandowski. But beyond that, sorry not sorry, to talk about your alleged philandering, Christy, if we don't get privacy, then neither do you. Whoever was behind pushing the story out over and over in an attempt to quash Noem's Veep-stake ambitions probably could have saved themselves the trouble, though, because Christy Noem was about to derail her ambitions all on her own without anybody's help. Except maybe her ghostwriter.
Ah yes, the book tour. Let me set the scene. It's early 2024. Christy Noem's physical and spiritual transition from wide-eyed farm girl with a 1980s small-town salon lookbook-ass haircut to the filler and Botox abomination wincing through enormous veneers beneath a hay bale of Utah curl extensions of Trump 2.0 is nearly complete. She has been MAGAfied. She has been yassified.
Christy Noem is approaching the pub date for her second memoir in 3 years. Girl, what? Nobody's that interesting. But as members of the press get their hands on the galley copies of her second book, No Going Back, there are some issues, to say the least. The first that people noticed was that in No Going Back, Noem seemed to brag about the tough farm decision to shoot and kill her 14-month-old puppy Cricket, as well as an unnamed goat. The splashy animal cruelty anecdotes did get Christy Noem attention, but like the Meth Were On It campaign, it was not the good kind of attention. People started reading the book more closely and noticing that it didn't seem true.
Some of Christie's fibs were side-eyed because there was no mention of them in 2022's Not My First Rodeo. Others were caught because, as more people got their hands on advanced copies of the book, they pointed out they couldn't possibly have happened. Seems like something an editor should have caught.
Or the person whose name is on the book. How did Christy not know what was in her own book? One of the big factual whiffs was Noem's claim that when she was on the House Armed Services Committee, she had personally met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Except Kim Jong-un did not leave North Korea until 2018. Christy Noem's term in Congress ended in 2015. There was also no record of the meeting. Luckily, Christy Noem had a great answer prepared for why her book made something up entirely.
When you write in the book, I remember when I met with North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. I'm sure he underestimated me. That, as I understand, is now being removed from the book at your request.
Yes, when I became aware of that, we changed the content, and the future editions will be adjusted. And I appreciate that. I've met with many, many world leaders. I've traveled around the world. I should not have put that anecdote in the book, and at my request, they have removed it.
Didn't happen?
I'm saying that I'm not talking about that meeting. I'm not talking about my meetings with world leaders.
But you
There's
do
some
talk
that are
about
in the
She
book.
fucks world
There's
leaders.
some that are in the book, and then there's some that's not in the book.
Why are there
just
no
kidding.
specific mentions of meeting Kim Jong-un and talking about him? Did you tell your ghostwriter to write that?
I've specifically have worked on policy for over 30 years. And over that time, I have traveled around the world, and I have met with leaders around the world. And that anecdote, I've asked them to change the content, and it will be removed.
It's a simple question. Did you or did you not meet with Kim Jong-un?
That's the answer that I have for you.
Yeah, she did.
It will be adjusted.
She's a fucking liar, like all the piece of shit cocksucker Republicans.
Aaron, as soon as I realized I wasn't Dennis Rodman,
As soon as I realized what was written in the book that is allegedly written by me. Alyssa, something also that I don't think very many people have commented on about that interview. She said she's been working in policy for 30 years.
30 years?
She was first elected to an elected office in 2006 to the South Dakota State House. So let's do some math. What year is it? 2025 minus 2006.
Aaron.
Is that 30? Or is that
The
more or
math
less
does
than
not
30?
math.
Noem also said that she was slated to meet French President
Why me?
Macron, but canceled.
Why
the
was I
meeting
the
because
only
Macron's
one?
Too pro-Hamas for her. French officials were like, we never invited you to a meeting.
She also said that former United Nations ambassador from Trump 1.0, Nikki Haley, had called and kind of threatened her. When reached for comment, a Haley spokesperson said that nothing like that had happened. The call had been positive, and that, quote, how she would twist that into a threat is just plain weird. Oh, what? It'd have been one thing if she lied about people she knew who weren't famous, but she was lying about very well-known public figures with spokespeople and PR firms. What did she think would happen?
Noem also fudged the South Dakota congressional delegation's response to the release of the Access Hollywood, aka the Grab 'em by the Pussy tape in 2016. No Going Back claims that Senator Mike Rounds called for Trump to drop out of the race. Rounds has demanded a correction.
Fun fact about Senator Mike Rounds, the guy who he beat in the Republican Senate primary was Jason Ravensbourg, the drunk driving hit and run attorney general. South Dakota is so small.
And yet they get the same number of senators as California.
While the random lies about foreign leaders turned some people off, what really stuck with the public was the animal cruelty. Call it Cricket's revenge. Here are a few Kristi Noem headlines from that news cycle. Noem in political freefall as book inaccuracies emerge following backlash against animal killings.
What a headline.
Trump VP contender Kristi Noem defends killing her dog. And from her home state of South Dakota, puppy killing Kristi Noem may have brought us together.
Aw. Ultimately, Noem blamed her ghostwriter because, of course, it was somebody else's fault.
I guess we'll never know how a vice presidential debate involving the eerily frozen face of MAGA Kristi Noem would have looked. But unfortunately for us, we do know how her tenure in a presidential administration looks.
When Donald Trump announced that he would be nominating Noem to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, Noem claimed that this was the position she'd always hoped for, which, yeah, the fuck right. Before she was made Secretary of Homeland Security, the most time Kristi Noem had spent near the southern border was when she flew down to Houston to get her fake teeth put in. In March, Noem made an appearance at the U.S.-Canadian border and chanted USA #1 and Canada, the 51st state, while commemorating the death of a Border Patrol agent.
What are we, 12? Jesus Christ.
I'm sure the dead Border Patrol agent's family appreciated the gesture. In May, Noem claimed before a Senate committee that habeas corpus is, quote, a right the president has.
Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus? Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right
let me stop you, ma'am.
Habeas
corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
Habeas
Lincoln
corpus,
used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea. So, Secretary Noem, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let us be clear, though,
it has never been done. It has never been done without approval of Congress. Even Abraham Lincoln got retroactive approval from Congress.
To be clear, if a Democrat gave that exact performance, Aaron, you and I would be here calling for them to be impeached.
That is a pageant answer. Sometimes people give the wrong answer and it's like a spin or a misreading, but that was a wrong answer where it's like, this bitch doesn't know at all what this means.
She doesn't know what it
Noem's
means.
barely disguised racial animus against non-white immigrants has shown through in her attempts to revoke temporary protected status from Venezuelans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Hondurans, exposing tens of thousands of hardworking human beings to fear, violence, and uncertainty.
She's put her name and face on immigrant raids that have disrupted families and communities and created an environment of disorganization and distrust of law enforcement. All this from an image-obsessed hayseed who probably couldn't navigate a major city's subway system without crying math tears. One of the most telling Kristi Noem moments in recent memory is the time she parachuted into Los Angeles to pretend like she and Trump were seizing control from the duly elected mayor and governor due to riots. I was here during the alleged riots. There were no riots. Frankly, I've seen more intense riots over Tickle Me Elmo dolls.
During that bizarre proclamation, Secretary Noem was interrupted by one of California's senators, Alex Padilla, who dared identify himself in an attempt to ask her a question before being tackled to the ground by masked law enforcement. Kristi Noem immediately lied about what had happened.
We were conducting a press conference to update everyone on the enforcement actions that are ongoing to bring peace to the city of Los Angeles. And this man burst into the room, started lunging towards the podium, interrupting me and elevating his voice, and was stopped, did not identify himself, and was removed from the room. So as soon as he identified himself, appropriate actions were taken. But I would say that, I had a conversation with the senator after this. We sat down for 10 to 15 minutes and talked talked about the fact that nobody knew who he was.
The minute he said Senator Alex Padilla, hands should have been off. Like,
that's disgusting.
Well, great job, Christy, because all of your hard work has served to make the public more sympathetic to and supportive of immigration. Gallup polling released in mid-July showed that over the last year, the percentage of Americans who say they want immigration decreased has gone down from 55% to 30%, and a record high 79% of respondents said they consider immigration to be good for the country. Support is also way down for the border wall and for mass deportations.
So Kristi Noem is doing a shitty job getting voters on board with the Trump administration's already unpopular approach to border security. I had no idea that the taco stand down the street was such a threat to Americans at large, Kristi. But how well is she managing FEMA?
In the words of Real Housewife Dorinda, not well, bitch. Noem has always been driven more by optics than by public good or morality throughout her post-farm career. She's a human photo op, and that drive for optics doesn't really translate to being able to do a job that depends more on abandoning theatrics for results than most jobs in the federal government.
Like running FEMA.
Bingo. Oddly, Kristi Noem, avowed opponent of red tape and government-imposed hurdles, imposed red tape and hurdles when she took over as head of the Department of Homeland Security. First, she made a rule that any FEMA expenditure of more than $100,000 needed to be approved by her personally, even when there was an ongoing disaster, even when the secretary was sleeping or celebrating a long holiday weekend.
When heavy rains in Texas caused catastrophic flooding during the early morning hours of July 4th, all Kristi did was post about it. And because of that new rule, her inaction hamstrung FEMA. In fact, it took Secretary Noem 72 hours to release federal assistance to the flood-impacted areas. That meant fewer search and rescue teams, less on-the-ground coordination of shelters and supplies, families and survivors unable to access information.
Look, being in charge of the Department of Homeland Security is a big job. Maybe Kristi was too busy doing other important things and didn't have time to approve FEMA funding to help locate flooding victims and get cleanup started.
Like I said, she did have time to post, though. On July 6th, 2 days after the floods and well before she approved any FEMA funds, she polled her Instagram followers about which bad painting of her dressed like a cowgirl should be hung in the South Dakota governor's mansion. Whew. Let's just take a step back for a second and reflect on how aggressively vain and dumb this is, Alyssa. Like, imagine if 2 days after Sandy Hook, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton posted an album of pinup photos she'd taken to commemorate being 65 and sexy, and like asked users to pick their favorite. Like, it's unserious behavior.
Something else Kristi Noem did to make life worse for flood victims, from July 7th through the 10th, FEMA's call centers went offline because Noem had fired the contractors that staffed them and failed to replace them in time. So a lot of flood victims couldn't even reach out for help over the phone. On July 9th, for some reason, Secretary Noem said she thought FEMA, as it exists, should be completely eliminated. When confronted with her veritable rodeo of failure and mismanagement, she called the reports trash and blamed the media and Democrats.
This despite the fact that the county that suffered the largest losses from the floods is a deep red county that rejected federal funding for a flood warning system on the grounds that it was offered by the Biden administration. As of our recording, at least 140 people have died and more than 160 are still missing, most of them in Kerr County, which again is not run by Democrats. Many of the missing are little girls from Camp Mystic. The government ineptitude and lib-owning ethos that made the Kerr County tragedy so much worse than it needed to be echoes the way Noem handled disaster preparedness as governor of South Dakota. She, like Kerr County, turned down federal money meant to shore up climate resilience in her state. She turned down funding for projects that would have deterred flood damage. She refused to activate the South Dakota National Guard during a 2019 flood in southeastern South Dakota on the grounds that it would cost too much and that local officials didn't ask. Interesting that she activated the Guard when people were protesting the fireworks display, though. Interesting. Just pointing that out. While she made a show of turning down money meant to prevent disaster, she was quick to hold out her cap for federal relief. Weeks later, Noem asked the federal government for money from FEMA to clean up. So far, impacted residents of South Dakota have gotten $9.1 million in federal aid.
This coming from the woman who spent $13,000 on 4 rugs for her mansion.
Airfare to France? Essential. Flood relief?
Yeah, but does flood relief give Kristi Noem a photo opportunity? I think not.
Yeah, let's talk about Kristi Noem's debilitating obsession with dressing up in costumes and pretending that she's doing important physical labor. She's like a one-woman Spirit Halloween if Spirit were bought out by fascists.
In the world of pageants, they'd call how Kristi looks when pretending to do jobs full glitz. When Noam and her ilk were in Los Angeles pretending to quash imaginary riots, she reportedly traveled with a hair and makeup team before she pretended to be involved in immigration raids. Here's Kristi Noem wearing a full face of makeup pretending to be an ICE agent. I mean, among the most outrageous.
Girl, what are you doing with the gun? You're a hunter.
Literally at his head.
Girl, careful with that gun. You've killed enough puppies to know what those things do, right?
Here's Kristi Noem pretending to be a firefighter. I bet she saved whatever.
Do you need a
was
little
burning.
help with your hose? But really, I mean, like the playful pigtails and the full glam. And it's like, are you it's like I'm like a law enforcement official, but sexy. Here's Kristi Noem dressed up like an electrician about to light her hair extensions on fire. You know what? She's always dressed like she's in the first act of a porno about the thing that she's dressed.
That is 100% the most accurate description of every one of these photos.
It's 2006.
Yep.
We're shooting a plumbing themed porno.
It's feminist because you're the plumber.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
This is about working women. This is about women in STEM. One that puzzled me a bit was when she did a photo op in front of an El Salvadoran prison cell wearing a $50,000 Rolex. I guess the intent of the photo op was to show how dangerous the criminals being held there were. Like, look at all those tattoos, But it's hard to pay attention to the leering Skins team behind her, while Kristi waves that watch around like she's in a Hype Williams video.
It's giving wife of kleptocrat.
Yes, yes.
But in a place that is being sanctioned by most manufacturers of high fashion, like an Eastern European dictator's daughter who is trying to be a pop star.
What can I say about Kristi Noem that hasn't already been shouted at her by a driver whose life she endangered by running a stop sign? What can I say about her that hasn't already been said by a member of a Native American tribe who she accused of aiding and abetting cartels, or taxpayers of South Dakota who are uncomfortable with the idea of funding their governor's probable membership to the Extramarital Mile High Club? So I'll say this. Kristi Noem is so desperate for the approval of the worst kind of men that she doesn't care who she hurts in pursuit of it. She's the final boss of Pygmesia. She's an embarrassment to her state. She's an embarrassment to the country. And if I were that Texas specialty dentist, I'd issue a takedown notice for that veneers video. Well, there you have it. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. All right, Alyssa, let me remind you, the y-axis runs from reckless dumbass to scheming sociopath, and the x-axis runs from opportunist to true believing zealot.
She is a reckless dumbass and an opportunist.
Ooh, that's a bad quadrant.
Don't you think?
That's a bad
But I
quadrant.
think it's
to be in.
right.
Yeah, I think I can see that. I think she is. I agree. I think she's in the unfortunate. She's
Your
in the
skill
dumbass
has
quadrant.
increased.
But you know, sometimes being a dumbass is really helpful because you don't think about all the reasons that you shouldn't do something.
You don't have shame.
You're just running stop signs throughout life. All right. Well, that's all the time we have for this episode.
He's
This
just
fucking
running
guy,
stop
you're
signs.
home for Regina George progressive.
Fucking joke clown Republicans. I'm in the right place. Yeah. Okay, guys, I've got to stop and I've got to go water my garden. I don't have to do dinner with my family today, which is good. So I am going to go water the garden and then cook my dinner and eat. And then I will be back here probably about 45 minutes, somewhere around there or something like that. And I will cook dinner and then I will come back live for many hours, 5-6 hours, something like that. So thank you so much, and I'll be able to focus much more on my job. I don't have any distractions anymore or anything like that. So yeah, so cool. Yeah, so I guess that's it. I'm going to remind you that you've been watching Skycat Live. I'm going to pause this video here with a reminder that you've been watching Skycat Live. I'm going to stop this stream. Thank you. Come click on my cast face to donate. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube. Give me a like, sub or follow. Come to the skycat.live. Give me my website and give me a smile. Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful day. I'll see you later. Bye. Hi guys, I'm going live again. It's 7:53 in the afternoon, and I'm finally done with my day, and I can just focus on video games now without any distractions, which is really good. I got my kitties sitting next to me. I've got ice cream for dessert. I had like sweet potato nochi for dinner, or gnocchi. And now I'm about to play some Grand Theft Auto. But not on the public server, because I know what'll happen. Okay, so... Okay, I have how much money? I don't know, we'll find out. I'm gonna do a Dune Loader run. I'm getting up to 10 mil now. About to buy the submarine finally. I could do that today, but I'll probably do it tomorrow. Well, I could do that today. I could do that right now, maybe. Shut up, you. I don't know how much money I have. I still don't really have a concept. How much money do I have? Yeah, go to like money and services and stuff. How much money do I have? How much money do I have? 8 mils, so I still have a little while to go. That's okay. When I reach 10, I'll buy the submarine and all of the add-ons. Boom! Oh, I got the one behind him. Oh. Damn it, come on. What the? I missed him. No, I got him. I got him. I killed him. I killed him. I killed him. Now there's 2 new ones. Aw. Get out of my way. Why are you forcing me? Stop it. It's like vehicular rape. 3, 2... Oh! Bye, bitch! Sorry. Please move forward. Sorry. Bye, bitch. Five, 4, 3. Oh. Five, 4, 3, 2. Oh, I think I... No, I didn't get him. I didn't get him. Motherfucker! I got him! I got him, bitch. I got him. Get out of my way. Fuck you. Boom! I didn't like him. I didn't like him. Why did you do this? Nope. Nope. Sorry.
This would have been a great opportunity for Alito, a long-avowed anti-abortion zealot, despite his denials.
You mean a born loser, cocksucking piece of shit, right-wing traitor cocksucker? I do know. You know, right for lifer? Yeah.
For the pro-life movement overall.
In Dobbs, Alito suggested that abortion didn't have anything to do with gender equity, and further added that women whose bodily autonomy was being denied by their government could simply try voting and see if that helped. Women are not without electoral power, he wrote.
In the ensuing 2 years, women would take his words to heart, delivering stunning electoral victories around the country when abortion rights were on the ballot. Republicans lost.
Why am I going back the way I came? You know I did not go the wrong way.
Promised by Republican leaders in 2022 turned out to be basically a panty liner's worth of red at most. Pro-life Republicans have lost abortion-related ballot measure after ballot measure in red states like Ohio, Montana, and Kentucky. Alito's inability or refusal to restrain his emotions has produced its own backlash from the left.
The Dobbs decision also backfired for the anti-abortion movement as a whole if the anti-abortion movement's main goal is to reduce or eliminate abortion. In the year after the Dobbs decision, the number of abortions in the nation actually went up significantly. This, according to researchers, is because women in states with serious abortion restrictions were simply traveling to other states to obtain the care they needed. And the rest of the increase in abortions can be attributed to things like economic, social, and environmental factors that would lead a woman to not want to be pregnant or have children. Factors
like Republicans.
Samuel Alito have had a direct hand.
And Samuel Alito.
There's quite a bit of drama around the Dobbs decision because it overturned two long-standing precedents and declared that women's bodies are basically community property. A draft of the opinion was leaked mysteriously months before the case was actually decided. This was a huge breach of protocol, and all of the justices were shocked.
Oh my God, they're so shocked.
This could happen. Right after the leak,
how could this happen?
Sleuths thought that it was done by an operative on the left in an attempt to get people riled up. But the more time passed, a new theory emerged that the draft was leaked by a conservative as a way to bully the other conservative justices into falling into line. The call was coming from inside the House.
And by the House, one theory goes, I mean the Alito House. Alito was the one with the most ready access to the document. Alito's the biggest prick on the Supreme Court and the one most prone to public tantrums and dramatic flounces. Alito is a messy Jersey bitch who loves drama, and his wife, who would have had access to Alito's technology, also sucks ass. This theory was given more credence when a former right-wing activist turned whistleblower revealed to the New York Times that he'd known in advance the outcome of the Burwell v. Hobby Lobby decision from 2014, another one written by Alito, another serious blow against women's bodily autonomy.
According to the whistleblower, Alito and Martha-Ann were at a dinner party with another family of right-wing activists and spilled the beans. The Alitos deny this happened, but emails the Times reviewed from around the time showed that it did seem like the activists and the whistleblower had advanced knowledge of the case's outcome, which ruled that Hobby Lobby didn't need to provide birth control to its employees as part of its company healthcare plan.
An internal SCOTUS investigation into the Dobbs leak never found the culprit, but most people who seriously follow the court didn't expect John Roberts to do anything. Roberts is like the overly permissive stepdad of the court who is actively bullied by his wife's wild teen boys from a previous marriage.
No summary of the career of Samuel Alito would be complete without getting into his multiple ethical issues. In 2023, a ProPublica report revealed that Alito had not reported a 2008 luxury vacation paid for by two billionaire megadonors. The trip was set up by right-wing money man and previous fucking guy subject Leonard Leo.
Alongside this report, ProPublica published a photo of Alito in a pair of duck waiters alongside the aggressively litigious hedge fund dickhead Paul Singer. Alito is holding up a giant salmon that I would bet real money he didn't catch himself. Those waiters are as pristine as a fair weather fan's jersey when their team makes it to the finals.
Alito denied impropriety via a whiny screed published in the Wall Street Journal opinion pages the night before the ProPublica story dropped. In the denial, he claimed that he didn't need to report the private jet trip he took, which observers say was worth $100,000, because if he hadn't been on the flight, the seat would have just been empty.
Wow. You know what? When you put it that way, in a way, Sam, the Sam is short for Salmon, Alito was prevented the waste. Yes, but any idiot could see that Alito was as crooked as a barrel of fish hooks. Singer, you see, would in the years following the getaway have a handful of cases his businesses were involved in before the Supreme Court, and Alito did not recuse himself from any of them.
Nor, by the way, has Alito recused himself from a handful of cases where he had pretty obvious conflicts. In a recent Hall of Shame moment, Alito didn't recuse himself from a case argued by a lawyer who had interviewed him for the Wall Street Journal.
I know, it's hard to get through that line without laughing, because it's like, wow, he just doesn't care about ethics. He just doesn't care.
Doesn't care.
Fortunately for Alito, the Supreme Court has basically nothing in place to make sure that its members don't flagrantly violate ethical standards or social expectations. Fortunately for Alito, he's got a screw loose in his brain that makes him interpret any criticism as oppression, and unfortunately for us, Alito loves to bitch about what he perceives as unfair and oppressive treatment of Samuel Alito, and we have to listen to it. Alito has a Marty McFly-like trigger for being called out for being bigoted, corrupt, or partisan.
Alito even whines when he gets his way. After a unanimous ruling in favor of a Catholic charity that wanted to exclude gay couples from the placement of foster children, Alito complained that the ruling didn't go far enough to let religious people basically do whatever they want to whomever they want. This decision might as well be written on dissolving paper sold in magic shops, Alito wrote in his, angry concurrence.
Angry concurrence. The Samuel Alito story. When the Supreme Court upheld Obamacare back in 2012, Alito complained that the majority was considering public opinion in refusing to strike down the popular law.
But woe to the poor wretch who points out that Alito conducts himself like an appendage of the hefty and well-moneyed Leonard Leo apparatus that has been on a 5-decade crusade to swing the American judiciary to the right. Because if you complain that the court is acting like a way for the right wing to sneakily enact unpopular laws via judges who never have to face re-election, well, he'll probably give you a whiny speech about it and deliver it to the Federalist Society, which derives its power from powerful men who have convinced themselves that they are all victims.
And, of course, who could forget the flag incidents?
Let's dig in. In January 2021, days before Joe Biden's inauguration, several media outlets reported that there was an upside-down American flag flying over the Alito abode in Alexandria, Virginia. The upside-down American flag is typically raised as a distress symbol, but at that particular moment in time, it was closely associated with the January 6th Stop the Steal rioters that stormed the Capitol in a hillbilly attempt to prevent the certification of the results of the presidential election. Again, it is incredibly frowned upon for members of the Supreme Court to express their political allegiances in this way. But again, Samuel Alito cannot help himself.
No, he can't. When asked about the flag, the brave, strong man, Sam Alito, blamed his wife, Martha Ann, who was apparently involved in a dispute.
It's all the wife. The wife did it.
Yard signs. Alito tried to claim that it was totally fine for his wife to fly the flag as an expression of her free speech rights.
Sure, Jan. Well, a few weeks later, the New York Times reported that another flag was hung outside of the Alito's second home in New Jersey. This one was known as the Appeal to Heaven flag, which has been associated with ultra-right-wing Christian nationalist causes. It's also been seen hanging outside the office of Certified Freak Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Certified Freak.
Alito defended this flag by pointing out that the home had been purchased using Martha Ann's inheritance and that she had a right to display whatever flag she wanted. Lest you feel sorry for MDA, that's what we're calling Martha Ann, MDA, for being perpetually thrown under the bus by her chicken shit husband. Further reporting revealed that Martha Ann had flown the flag as a petty response to having to look at neighbors' pride flags. And that's why Martha Ann Alito is our nation's most prominent flag hag.
Flag hag!
Weren't done acting like
flag hag!
Audio secretly recorded by Master of Disguise journalist Lauren Windsor at a charity dinner captured Justice Alito basically admitting to the thing he always acted offended over being accused of. Let's take a listen.
As a Catholic and as someone who really cherishes my faith, I don't know that we can negotiate with the left in the way that needs to happen for the polarization to end. I think that it's a matter of winning.
I think you're probably right. One side or the other is going to win. I don't know.
I think that the solution really is winning the moral argument. People in this country who believe in God have got to keep fighting for that, to return our country to a place of godliness.
Oh, I agree with you.
Ruh-roh, Scoob. Not to be outdone, Martha-Ann had some comments about her flag haggery.
Everything that you're going through, I just want to tell you that, like,
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's not okay, though. It's not okay.
It's okay. It's okay because if they come back to me, I'll get them. I'm going to be liberated, and I'm going to get them. Oh, well, there's a 5-year defamation statute of limitations.
Oh, okay.
Come on, I'll get you. Come on. You know what I want? I want a Sacred Heart of Jesus flag because I have to look across the lagoon at the pride flag for the next month.
Exactly.
And he's like, oh, please don't put up a flag. I said, I won't do it because I'm deferring to you. But when you are free of this nonsense, I'm putting it up and I'm going to send them a message every day. Maybe every week I'll be changing the flags. There'll be all kinds. I made a flag in my head. This is how I satisfy myself. I made a flag.
This is how I satisfy myself.
Orange flames around it, and in the middle is the word vergogna. Vergogna in Italian means shame.
Okay, when you're free of all this the nonsense being a Supreme Court justice.
What do you mean, Martha-Ann? What are you talking about?
She is like belligerent, malevolent Paula Deen, and Paula Deen not good on her own.
No, she's like, I would much rather be on a road trip with Paula Deen than like Martha-Ann and her petty flag haggery. Here's the thing about Alito's whining. Either he actually believes what he's saying or he doesn't. Like, if he's authentically whining and aggrieved, even after getting pretty much everything he's ever wanted in life and rigging the game so that people just like him will continue to get more than they've earned, if he actually believes that he's being oppressed when ethicists call him out for flouting the flimsiest ethics rules of all time, if he truly thinks that his guaranteed lifetime job that affords him virtually unchecked power makes him a victim somehow because sometimes people don't like him when he takes their rights away, if he authentically thinks that being called a bigot for doing and saying bigoted things causes equal harm as denying people their rights over their own bodies and homes, then he is a terminally miserable bastard. He lives a miserable life, and he will be miserable until the day he dies. But if he doesn't believe what he says, when he complains about all of the above and more, then he's an evil parasitic opportunist, otherwise known as a liar. We know how much Jesus loves liars.
Almost as much as he loves kicking immigrants out of the country and hurting the poor. Look, I've thought about this, and I think there's no reason he can't be a little bit of both.
Okay, Alyssa, using our new fucking guy matrix, where does Samuel Alito fall?
So, Aaron, I'm gonna go hard scheming sociopath.
Okay. He's not reckless dumbass. He's on the scheming sociopath end.
Scheming sociopath since his days at Princeton. And I'm gonna go with opportunist.
Yeah.
I think, right? What do you think?
I think that he's like right in the middle of opportunist and true believer.
Yeah.
Like, just like you said, he's like, he kind of believes that he's aggrieved and kind of like knows that he's not. But I also think he's a scheming sociopath.
Scheming, so 100%.
Well, that's it for this episode of This Fucking Guy. If you like what you just watched, please like this video and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Listen to Hysteria every Thursday morning and share with your friends.
And if you have ideas for other fucking guys we should be covering, leave your ideas in the comments.
A programming note for fucking guy scholars. This episode completes what you could look at as a loose trilogy of the worst fucking guys of the American judicial system.
Once you're done with this episode, you should check out our episodes on Leonard Leo and Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas.
Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas, Leonard Leo. Now that's an impossible FMK lineup.
We'll see you next time.
Let's do it.
Hello and welcome to another episode
Thank you,
of
Hysteria.
Guy, the show that spotlights one f***ing guy who's making America
Piece of
worse
shit
and
cocksucker
trying to
Republicans.
This f***ing
Traitors.
guy is brought to you by Simply Safe.
All of them. The whole lot of them. Every last judge, every last senator, every last president, all of them fucking corrupt piece of shit bigot cocksuckers who ruin our country.
Give you a nice mix of information and hatery. And sometimes we highlight fucking guys who are well known.
Those fucking guys.
Other times,
Suck my
we
dick,
rare
fucking guy.
That is nonetheless
That fucking guy.
The fucking guy catalog.
Yeah, that fucking guy.
Today we're talking about Leonard Leo. You might not know his name, but you're definitely familiar with his work. Leo is the dark money Svengali that spearheaded the transformation of the American judicial system into a right-wing policy machine. He's a major financial backer of Project 2025, the far right-wing blueprint that President Trump has followed to the letter since he was sworn in for a second time, despite the fact that during the campaign, Trump was all, I don't know about her.
The 6-3 conservative Supreme Court, Leonard Leo did that. All those local and state level judge races that have gotten expensive and ugly, Leonard Leo did that. All those judicial appointments that Trump brags about, what, you think Donald Trump was going to do all that work himself? Donald Trump's too lazy to walk while he's golfing. Leonard Leo did that. And Leonard Leo did this despite the fact that he's never actually practiced law. He's never argued a case. He's never been a judge. And now Leonard Leo has his sights set on everything you watch, read, and enjoy.
Leonard Leo was born on Long Island in 1965 into an Italian-American family. His grandfather had immigrated from Italy and had worked his way up from tailor to vice president in the clothing company Brooks Brothers. Leo has said he learned a lot from his grandfather. Unfortunately, what he learned wasn't immigrants are good and important.
After his pastry chef father passed away when Leonard was in preschool, his mother married and moved the family to New Jersey, which explains why he talks like
I love it when women
like
are mean.
Male dorks and confident
It's
young
actually so
lesbians.
funny.
Leonard Leo was
His
known
pastry
to
chef father.
He was voted most likely to succeed in his graduating class alongside a girl named Sally Schroeder, who is not in fact a Peanuts character. She was the woman that Leonard Leo would eventually marry. Leonard followed a path trod by many other promising young assholes by attending Cornell
Promising young
Leo
assholes.
studied under professors in the
Fucking
government
assholes.
department who were early adherents to a constitutional approach championed by Antonin Scalia and Robert Bork. Two fucking guys who believed that the Constitution was not a living document. In fact, it should be interpreted forever in the way that its original writers intended, using common knowledge of the late 18th century.
So in practical
Sure.
terms, originalism is a bad faith fig leaf for a
Fucking
fear of social
idiot.
progress. Somehow it matters to originalists that abortion is not in the Constitution, but it does not matter to them that when the framers of the Constitution talked about the right to bear arms, they were definitely not talking about AR-15s, which had not been invented yet.
And like other Italian-American originalists, it doesn't seem to matter to Antonin Scalia or Samuel Alito that the founders of America weren't fond of Italians.
We might think of it more like cafeteria originalism. They only like the parts of the ideology that prop up their pre-established worldview.
But our little Italian-American ragazzo, Leonard, can't hear the cognitive dissonance over the sound of his own self-importance. And while at Cornell, he went from a pompous little boy to a pompous little man.
After graduation, he had a series of internships in D.C., most notably with Utah Senator Orrin Hatch.
I love
Hatch was a
hysteria.
lipless Republican who once delivered a speech from the Senate floor defending a bank run by one of his friends that had laundered drug money and financed terrorism, written by the bank's lobbyists. But that's another fucking guy for another fucking time.
When Leonard returned to Cornell for the second time, this time for law school, he founded his school's chapter of the Federalist Society. The Federalist Society aimed to provide a counterbalance to what they perceived as a surplus of liberals and liberal thought in law schools and the legal profession by cultivating and promoting conservative law students, lawyers, and judges.
Let's talk a little bit about the Federalist Society. The Federalist Society is a club for originalists, and it sought to roll back laws promoting things like civil rights, environmental regulations, gun restrictions, and women's rights. These movements that produced these offending laws were, by the way, social responses to the cultural conservatives of the 1950s basically getting their way with no exceptions whatsoever.
Originalists are also fundamentally huge whiners. The Federalist Society was founded in the early 1980s. Leonard Leo was in law school in the late 1980s. At that point, Ronald Reagan had already served 2 terms as president, and the president at the time was George H.W. Bush, who had been Ronald Reagan's vice president. And even under those circumstances, with the executive branch firmly in the hands of conservatives, Leonard Leo was still being a whiny little bitch. After graduating from law school, Leonard Leo would never actually practice law. Instead, he would go on to be the first employee of the Federalist Society in D.C. But before he did that, he helped his good friend and the world's most well-known Long Dong Silver fan, Clarence Thomas, prepare for his Supreme Court confirmation hearings. For more on that fucking guy, you should check out our episode on him.
Much like how
Long Dong Silver. Oh no, Long Dong Silver in conversation with Professor Hill. Long Dong Silver? Oh no. Oh no, Anita Hill. Long Dong Silver. Long Dong Silver. Oh my god.
Ron James started a trans.
We're doing Clarence Thomas next. Fuck these Republican cocksucking piece of shit backstabbing cocksucker fucking traitors. I mean, I'm sorry, I kind of consider them traitors, sort of.
captain of the Cleveland Cavaliers. When he joined the team as a rookie, Leonard Leo transformed the Federalist Society from a college club into a national
full-blown KKK hate cult.
Influence clearinghouse.
Yeah.
He helped start the lawyers chapters across.
Oh no, it's Turtlehead. Opposite fucking oh my god, it's Turtlehead opposite fucking oh god, I can't think of what is this guy's name? I can't think of this fucking guy's name, and I think that's the most insulting thing. I can't remember this guy's name. I can't remember his name. I've never been able to remember this guy's name. Something about waspy, angry white guys that I really don't like. I just can't remember their fucking names. I can't remember his name either. I can't remember their fucking names. I know them as Turtlehead and Turtleface.
Country and helped build the organization.
You can see the turtle face. You can see the turtle face and the turtle head.
Into what it is today.
Fucking cocksucker Republicans and their fucking suit dummy piece of shit backstabbing corpo fucking, piece of shit backstabbers.
A group that selects and
they're all turtle heads in the end.
Conservative law students and provides them with support and connections throughout their legal careers, so long as they take big conservative swings and demonstrate loyalty to the cause. By 2024, there were more than 90,000 members.
As long as you kiss the ring.
Corporate donors included Google. And there's reporting that indicates the Koch brothers are also involved. This is sort of like if the Mickey Mouse Club founded a successful activism arm meant to build a federal judiciary that consisted entirely of Disney adults.
Hey, even without the power of the judiciary behind it, I wouldn't fuck with Mickey Mouse.
Me neither.
So thanks to Leonard's role at the Federalist Society, he's become a gatekeeper to judgeships and other legal appointments for conservatives. The further up Leonard Leo's ass you crawl, the better your career prospects.
In 2005, Leo helped launch the Judicial Confirmation Network, a tax-exempt nonprofit that aimed to help confirm George W. Bush's nominees to judgeships. Also involved in the founding of JCN was right-wing Ann Corkery, a prominent
that sounds like Satan's work.
Called Opus Dei.
Cleanse our realm of these evil shitheads. That's Satan's work right there. I can hear it. I know what you're talking about.
Remember both those names, they'll be coming up later. The JCN first put its thumb on the scale of the Supreme Court nomination of John Roberts. President George W. Bush at the time had been mulling appointing his friend Harriet Miers to the High Court, but Harriet Miers wasn't a member of the Federalist Society, and John Roberts was. JCN turned the screws, and Roberts beat out Miers.
The JCN did the same thing with Samuel Alito's nomination in 2006. Alito, another Italian-American far-right anti-sex zealot, would go on to author the Dobbs decision, which overturned Roe v. Wade.
While Leo's eyes were always on the biggest prize, the Supreme Court of the United States, he also understood that the state courts needed to be meddled with, too. And sometimes Leo's influence isn't immediately evident. Let me take you back to my home state of Wisconsin in 2015. So the governor at the time was a soulless Federalist Society endorsed toady by the name of Scott Walker. Walker, a Republican, was seen by many on the right as a possible future president. But there was one thing in the way. Prosecutors in the state were investigating Walker for violations of campaign finance law.
But before Walker could be charged, the state Supreme Court stopped the investigation and ordered the prosecutors to destroy the evidence they'd uncovered. The court reasoned that prosecutors had overreached. Walker never faced justice. Two of the members of the conservative majority in that ruling that got Scott Walker out of legal trouble? Leonard Leo judges. At the time of the 2015 case, not many people outside of moneyed Republican circles even knew who Leonard Leo was. But he was scheming and fundraising to fuck up the courts in a way that we are now finding very difficult to unfuck. What was happening in Wisconsin was going on across the country.
Here's the thing about the Judicial Confirmation Network. It is structured in such a way that it doesn't have to disclose its donors, which
of
means
course it
that
doesn't.
Shadowy groups and well-moneyed lunatics can give virtually unlimited money to support the confirmation of judges the JCN
of anyone.
and
Yeah.
go on to spend money trying to take down anybody that stands in its way. And in the years since the Supreme Court ruled on Citizens United that corporations are entitled to free speech and that spending money counts as
Yes,
speech,
I'm an amendment to be, and I'm an amendment to be, and I'm hoping that they'll ratify me. I love this song. I'm not garbage. I'm an amendment to be. Yes, an amendment to be, and I'm hoping that they'll ratify me. Yes, I'm an amendment to be. Yes, an amendment to be, and I'm hoping that they'll ratify me. There's a lot of flag burners who have got too much freedom. I want to make it legal for policemen to beat them, because there's limits to our liberties. At least I hope and pray that there are, because those liberal freaks go too far. Boy, but why can't we just make a law against flag burning? Amendment, because that law would be unconstitutional. But if we change the Constitution, then we can make all sorts of crazy laws. Now you're catching on. But what if they, when all these crazy fucking bills come in, what if they say you're not good enough to be in the Constitution? Then I'll crush all opposition to me, and I'll make Ted Kennedy pay. And if he fights back, I'll say that he's gay. Oh my God. Good news amendment. They ratified you. You're in the U.S. Constitution. Oh yeah, doors open, boys. Woo, 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 woo. And all these crazy fucking right-wing fucking pieces of shit start running in and destroying the country. And that was what I saw when I was 12 years old. That was the Simpsons appraisal of the current Republican and Democratic Party when I was like 12 years old. They're like, this is exactly what our fucking, this song is exactly what our, is exactly to the word, exactly what our fucking, our leadership process is. There's some kind of right-wing cocksucker, old fucker who has a lot of money, like Leonard Leo, maybe a judge, maybe a constitutional lawyer, something like that, you know, who thinks that all the flag burners have gone too far and have too much freedom, so they want to make it legal for the policemen to beat them. And it's not fun. It's not funny to me that the policemen beat us. It's just funny that we can actively make fun of how fucking piece of shit cocksucker the right-wing party actually is, you know? Like, and by cocksucker, I don't mean gay. I mean, like, asshole. You know, like, how much, like, asshole. Like, now, when I say cocksucker, remember, when I refer to Republicans as cocksuckers, right? I don't mean some kind of gay thing. It's actually the kind of thing that she just said on Hysteria, where, like, you end up using the word asshole so many times to refer to fucking piece of shit, cocksucker, Republican, asshole, traitor, pieces of shit, right? You run out of insults. So you just start spinning them all, you know, because they are fucking terrible. They're terrible piece of shit human beings. Like Long Dong Silver, Clarence Thomas. They're pieces of shit.
Have exploded. The JCN ran ads attacking Alaskan politicians
Long
over
Dong
their support
Silver.
for President Obama's nominees for the Supreme Court. They also
So
given
fucking
money to
dumb.
an advocacy group called Nebraskans for the Death Penalty, a group whose purpose is pretty well explained in its name. But merch from that
Nebraskans for the death penalty.
We can agree. After Federalist Society darling Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia dropped